All rise. We will wait. The International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience de la Cour Pénale International est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, please call the case.
Thank you, Mr. President. Situation in the Republic of Kenya in the case of the prosecutor versus William Samoei Ruto and Joshua Arap Sang, ICC 01090111. And we're in open session, Your Honors.
Thank you very much. Witness, welcome back with us. Appearances remain the same?
Same for the prosecution. Good morning, Your Honors.
Same for the victims. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Narsetsing.
On our part, Mr. President, we are joined by one Joel Bosek, Mr. President.
We're the same. Mr. Khan and Ms. Allegenda have rejoined us.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia, please proceed. You said you have 15 minutes. You requested for 15 minutes?
Indeed, Your Honors. I have no more questions, substantive questions for the witness. And as I stated yesterday, the 15 minutes that I needed for this morning's sessions were simply to plead on the introduction into evidence of the expert report and 2 documents. So that's the only reason I needed the time this morning.
All right, that is the only reason. Okay. The introduction of the expert report and 2 documents. Why don't we take them one at a time? The report.
Indeed, Your Honor. So it would be introduction of the report, which is Ken OTP 00930871. Translation as well. And 2 documents, both the documents I think I mentioned yesterday, but it's the document courting the Kalenjin, the failure of dynasticism and the strength of the ODM wave in Kenya's Rift Valley province, and that's Ken OTP 00460014. And also a document by Jacqueline M. Klopp titled Ethnic Clashes and Winning Elections, the Case of Kenya's Electoral Despotism. So those are the documents that the prosecution wishes to tender.
Mr. Hooper?
Your Honor, may I respectfully suggest that defence submissions in respect of that come at the end of this witness's testimony. It doesn't really matter when the particular items, if they become exhibited, are exhibited. But the reason for that being that then the court sees the overall testimony and any references or not that the defence might make to the documents, which might be or may be not a relevant consideration. I'm merely suggesting that the consideration is deferred until the totality of the evidence in respect of Mr. I should say Dr. Professor.
So that is not at this point an outright objection. No, you say we can take it up later. Mr. Kiginkato, what's your own position?
We take the same position as Mr. Hooper, Mr. President.
Mr. Garcia?
Your Honors, I leave it to the discretion of the Chamber. I'm fine either way.
Flexibility is a good thing when we can manage it. So the Chamber will, because this is an expert witness, we will take up the matter at the end of the cross-examinations then. All right. Mr. Hooper, then you may. Who goes first? Is that Mr. Hooper or Mr. Keegan-Katwa?
Yes, the coin fell to me, so I go first.
All right. Witness Mr. Hooper will be. 1 second. Mr. Naratete, you're about to rise.
Microphone, please.
It's not working. All right. Sorry. Good morning, Your Honor, Mr. President. You have obviously observed the absence of Mr. Indiretu. So we have consulted, and after having read carefully the report prepared by Mr. Mapu and also evidence provided in court, the legal representative decided not to ask any further questions. Any more questions in addition to those questions already asked by the prosecution. But at the same token, we would like to notify that the next witness who is dual status, for that witness, the Mr. Indiretu will come to court and will question the witness himself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that indication, Mr. Naratete. So that settles the matter of the questioning of this witness by Victims' Counsel. Mr. Hooper, please proceed. Witness Mr. Hooper will now ask you his own questions and cross-examination. Thank you.
Good morning, Professor or Dr. Mopo?
Doctor.
Dr. Mopo. Well, good morning. Now, first of all, it might be helpful if you have a copy of your report in front of you, if you don't have it at present, and perhaps in particular a copy in English, because my understanding is that you are totally at ease with reading English and working in English, and on the basis that our understanding is that the report has been accurately translated, it would be helpful and time-saving if we just refer to the one. Now, I on reflection overnight, I can say now I don't have a great many questions of you today, and I think that we can probably conclude certainly my questioning, I hope, by the second session of this morning. First of all, thank you very much for your evidence, and thank you for what was clearly an effort on your part to be as objective as possible. And also thank you for being very straightforward in describing your own spheres of expertise, where your strengths are and where they're not so strong, and in particular, of course, in respect of the Caligen. I was interested to hear yesterday a point that you spoke about towards the conclusion of your evidence, and that was in respect of Mungiki. And of course you are, I think we can all consider an expert in the Mungiki group, Kikiyu group. And your view yesterday that you expressed was quite clear, that at the end of 2007, having suffered all the depredations they did at the hands of the Kibaki government, or more particularly the police, 500 of them killed and the rest of it, that by the end of 2007 they were, in your view and opinion, a spent force, and therefore not really in a position, one would conclude, to conduct attacks of any size or the like. But their reputation, and I see you nodding, and that's sufficient. I put your nod on the transcript, as it were, if I can deal with it like that.
I think he nods because he realizes he should not cross wires on the phone, on the microphone.
Yes.
So maybe if you allowed him time, he might record his voice.
Yes, yes,
It's a
indeed.
gap for him to do that.
I'll give you the occasional opportunity to say something, obviously, Dr. Mopo. But I'm stepping over what was clearly stated yesterday. And I think you'd not disagree with my brief summary of your view.
Tout à fait.
Answer, yes, indeed.
But, you told us, of course, they had this satanic reputation. And that reputation lived on and invested the thoughts you accepted of perhaps particularly many Kalenjin youths looking onto this situation, and inspired fear and rumours among them that you clearly accept. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
Now, your question 9, or I say your question, the question 9 that was posed to you, and I'm looking here at the English translation, which starts at KEN-OTP 0093 1330. That's question 9. It's quite a long answer you give there, and I'm looking at the third page of it, which is in the English version, if you have that, is at 1333. And you've been asked, I'll let you get that, because I appreciate it's particularly sitting in a witness box, not easy rummaging around with papers. But if we look at 1330, question 9, you're asked who are the main factions in the post-election violence? What were the reasons why they divided along those lines? Please answer with reference to Kenya as a whole and a Rift Valley in particular, which sounds rather like an exam question to me. And you start off by making clear that you're not happy with the terminology, that the word faction is a loaded word and not neutral. And in that second paragraph of your answer, you state that there were 3 main types of actor. And instead of using the word militia groups, you use the phrase that's translated into English as violent youth groups. Violent youth groups. And for my part, I understand why you use that, and perhaps it's the preferred word, violent youth groups, because militia has perhaps an added connotation to it. Now, violent youth groups. Now, if we turn to page 1333 of that document, it's 3-4 pages on, and look at the start of the third paragraph, state officials, it starts, and we read in, you talk about state officials, and then you say, but the actors par excellence. Have you got that bit?
Where are you, Mr.?
I'm at page 1333, and I'm at line 10. But the actors par excellence. And I hope our interpreters also have copies of this document.
So we're looking at the big paragraph, that's the
Yes.
third paragraph down, the second line.
Yeah, it's the second complete paragraph of that page, and it starts state officials, and I'm looking at, but the actors par excellence, because I'm looking at violent youth groups, stroke militias. So if we have that, I'm just going to read into the transcript what's said there, and then take it up from there. So if you can follow it, I'm just reading the it into our transcript, Dr. Mappo. The actors par excellence during this period were the militias, both those linked to the opposition and those which were government-aligned. But the academic literature on the 2008 crisis scarcely presents any original data on this type of actor. A significant case in point is that of G. Lynch. For the past decade, her papers on the field of Kalenjin politics have drawn admiration from all specialists. She naturally devoted several papers to the 2008 post-election crisis in Rift Valley, where she dissects the causes of the election results, the triggers of the violence, and the discourses of all the actors. But she completely omits to deal with the perpetrators of the violence. That is, she goes back over what the official reports were produced when the country was emerging from the crisis, and studies by human rights NGOs say. This silence on the part of the social sciences regarding the groups involved in the post-election violence is ironic, in that the researchers routinely studied the violent youth gangs. Now, just stopping there. And if we drop down to the penultimate paragraph, well, in fact, the beginning of the next paragraph, because you then go on to the Mungiki, and you go, having spoken briefly about the Mungiki, you go, researchers were no more forthcoming about the Kalenjin militias. Indeed, vigilante and militia groups who committed ruthless acts outside election periods were barely studied. As a result, they guessed at the characteristics of these youths by scrutinizing the course of the clashes. Now, just stopping there, in the course of documents, it's the Hague, I'm afraid, it does that to us. First of all, having read the English of that, do you accept that's a fair translation of what you've said in the French?
Oui, oui, ça correspond.
Yes, that corresponds to what I wrote in French.
And indeed, you reflected that in your evidence, as I recall. And indeed, you spoke about the lack of even more recent material. And so, the position that we're left in is essentially this, that in the world or the field of political science research, there's been no research into what the primary actor, the youth, violent youth, what he says or explains his motives to be. That's the difficulty, is it not?
Alors c'est, en effet, j'y ai...
In fact, I alluded on several occasions yesterday and before yesterday to the fact that we have a real problem because there is a lack of sources about these militias, how they functioned, how they were set up. We have sources such as NGOs, human rights organizations, particularly human NGOs. But these are things that have been rarely considered by the social sciences specialized in militia groups. But in spite of everything, even though we did not have a specialist that specialized on these particular groups, we can look at other analyses on the functioning of similar groups, of such groups. And such analyses come from other branches of social sciences that seem to be far away from this domain, particularly the analysis of the land tenure system, the structures of the land system, and how it functions. These are the people who tell us the most interesting things that help us to interpret the situation, but they do not add any new information.
Thank you very much. Now, I notice you go on, just very briefly, to speak about the role of opinion leaders. And again, a term that you expanded on yesterday. In your article here, in your report here, you speak of business communities. I'm looking at the opposite page, 1334, fourth paragraph, where you say, throughout the country, business communities are key actors. And you also, just dropping your eye down a few lines, you refer to reports by human rights NGOs, as well as those by the ICG, that's the International Crisis Group, 2008, and the KNCHR report, 2008, which you say spoke of the role of former Kalenjin athletes. And you also talk of several studies have highlighted the influences of certain school teachers, for example. And you then say this: it should be noted that all the information we have on the role of opinion leaders during the 2008 post-election violence comes from official investigation reports linked to crisis recovery procedures, or from NGOs, full stop. And then you say this: the information is accurate and the data factual, but they are still incomplete. Now, just pausing there. On reflection, it would be fair to say that as a political scientist, you might rely on such things. But would you concede that, of course, we don't know if the information is accurate and the data factual, unless, of course, we know and are presented and have examined the sources of that information? It's the difference, perhaps, between the legal and the political scientist approach. Would you concede that?
Oui, à partir de ces...
Answer: yes, based on those primary sources from the NGOs, it is necessary to assess the quality of the information and try to cross-check with several NGOs in order to determine whether the information is consistent, so as to have information coming from various regions and try to see whether this information matches each other. So there's a great deal of work of assessment of sources which has to be done. And those NGO sources, of course, cannot be accepted on their own. So you have to put them in perspective, put them into context, and assess the quality.
And one difficulty, of course, is because of the relative lack of research, for example, amongst the armed violent groups, that NGOs, NGOs are really having to often eat, as I can put it this way, the same dish. In other words, it's a self-perpetuating difficulty, isn't it? Because once you get some item of bad information into the circuit, as it were, it can corrupt and alter views, which is why you've made this point, is it not, that you do need objective research, and that hasn't taken place, certainly to a standard that you would like.
Yes. What's lacking at the moment is data, primary sources, and analysis. With regards to the human rights NGOs, you have to explain the situation in Kenya. It's very particular with regards to other countries in Africa. There's an extraordinary wealth of this in this environment. You don't have one single type of human rights NGOs. You have a very great diversity of organisation, of sources, with, in particular, human rights NGOs, for example, very traditional, classical types, inspired from Western structures, but at the same time, you have structures which come from churches as well. The churches, with regards to this violence, have given a lot of information because they're right at the heart of the process. They are the ones who receive the displaced people. They are at the heart of this process here. And from them, we have a massive amount of information. Sometimes they don't give it directly. It goes via other human rights NGOs. So there's a whole work to get to know that environment sufficiently in order to see who is providing the sources. Are they reliable? In particular, do those who have given the sources, do they really know the field? When there are people from the religious area who took in the refugees, they have information which is completely reliable. It would seem to me very often that that would give an indication. Now, if they go through another NGO, it's different. They might do so because of political reasons. Perhaps they don't want to pass on the information directly.
I'll give you an example, if I may. For example, just take one example. On page 1337, looking at the fourth line from the bottom, and you're talking about some communities form militias which attack their own neighbours. And then you go on to say this. Thus, several studies and help yourself to a glass of water. Don't feel constrained by being caught in that way. Not nice having a cough. Thus, several studies have highlighted the fact that initiation ceremonies for young people transitioning into adulthood were apparently used for training and indoctrinating these people. And you quote there the ICG report, 2008, and the OHCHR report of 2008. So there's a statement that's been made. We don't know, of course, looking at that, whether it's true or not. But the footnote in the OHCR report refers to this information, further information, that there were reports that the initiation ceremonies had been moved to October and November instead of December in order to train up the militia. Now let's just pause there. So that's the kind of information that's now being used to justify that statement. But that information you see, could be wholly wrong, as it is in that case, I suggest. That we've certainly heard no evidence here of ceremonies in October and November or a change like that. So do you see the point I'm making? But that once it starts moving that kind of information, it can start to emerge here and there, and it becomes accepted as a fact, whereas the original source perhaps may not have been examined as well as perhaps you'd like to have examined it if you were researching, perhaps looking for corroboration, looking for almost taking a legal view of it. Do you see the point I made? So from time to time, in these reports and in your report, you yourself pick up on information. You don't know the source, you don't know the truth and accuracy of it, but for political scientists making a report, it sufficiently appears sufficiently reliable to include in a report. There's the difficulty, isn't there? Do you see the difference between the political scientific method, perhaps, and the legal method?
On the form, the manner in which the question is put, the question has lasted about 2 or 3 minutes. It contains about 3 or 4 different propositions. Mr. Hooper has incorporated in some of those propositions his own view on the evidence. I think it's a bit complex, and I think if we want to further the debate and get to the determination of the truth in what the witness knows and doesn't know, the question should be a bit shorter and contain 1 proposition or 2 at most.
Not 2. 1 is best. The objection is sustained.
Yes. Sorry, it was a multi-faceted question there. But you get the point. And what would your comment be in terms of my concern?
Why don't you ask the question again? The objection is sustained, so that question needs to be
I just noticed that Dr. Mopo was nodding his head at me, and I was trying to take it shortly. The problem, Dr. Mopo, is that a statement of facts such as that could be leave aside whether it's right or wrong. It could be right, it could be wrong. We don't know unless we're in a position to examine the source. That's I suppose, self-evident, isn't it?
So, yes. Well, I understand your argument. You're referring to something which is very real. When you have a primary source, there's an infinite repetition. It's repeated over and over again, the same thing, even if we don't know if the primary source is information which is reliable. Yes, there is that phenomenon. That's very real. And it's undeniable. But there are also sources that appear, for example, post-crisis, there were a whole series of commissions which interviewed a lot of people, and therefore, through these interviews they carried out, they brought new information, new primary information and sources, not linked to what had been said previously in the reports, which had been made at the time, if you like, the hottest time in the crisis, when the ICC, Human Rights Watch, etc., when they came out. There are some reports, to the best of my knowledge, linked to these witness interviews, which refer to that, but they don't give precise information. Where you have names that are given, these are names with regards to places, or where allegedly these ceremonies took place, the dates, they are in reports of the Human Rights Commission, Kenyan National...
You got me on it now. KNCHR.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Which we
Indeed.
quite a lot about in this case. There's a very good example, is it not?
Right.
It's gone out and seen people and made a report based on what it's heard from those people. Is that right?
Right.
Yes.
And that's in fact a principal source I see in your report, is it not?
une source importante.
It's an important source, yes.
Thank you very much. Very well. Now, I move from methodology, if you like, and I just want to go through a little bit about the history, or particularly the political history, that you touched on yesterday, and thank you for your help in that. And I want to go back and start with the very early years, and much of my source material comes from Daniel Branch, who appears in your bibliography, Gabrielle Lynch, of course, Miss Wrong, who's a well-known book, and you're nodding in recognition of all those names, are you not? Just for the transcript. In the early years, in 1963, Kenya became an independent sovereign state, and it became an independent sovereign state with a constitution. And here's my question. That constitution had been a constitution that had been agreed between the KANU and KADU elements, principally. Is that right?
C'est exact.
That's correct.
And that constitution was essentially a federal constitution.
Oui.
And when we talk about Majimbo, and we use the word Majimbo, all that Majimbo means is that it's a Swahili word meaning regional, or based on the word in Swahili for region. Is that right?
Oui.
So if I'm a Kenyan hearing Majimbo being used, I'm hearing the phrase, as it were, regionalism or region. Very well. Now, the first president of Kenya, as we know, was Jomo Kenyatta. And is it right to say that he set about, with those around him, at dismantling that agreed federal constitution?
Oui. Enfin, vous utilisez le terme de...
You use the terms of concerted, but it was a constitutional formula which was negotiated with the colonial power, which was imposed on KANU at the time. That's how they felt it, at least.
formule fédérale.
So this federal form, this was not appreciated by KANU, and so they obtained a majority. When they obtained a majority, they got rid of this constitutional formula which had been imposed by the colonial power, and they put into place their own vision of the constitutional system as they understood it.
Mr. Hooper, please. You said it was an imposed arrangement imposed by the colonials as they were leaving, and it did not find favor with KANU. Could you also explain whether there were other citizens of Kenya, maybe a KADU, who also did not find the arrangement, federalism, a happy one? that was imposed. Can you account for how all Kenyans felt at the time of the imposition, quote unquote, of that formula of federalism? How did Kenyans in general feel about it at the time?
As if you can, perhaps.
Difficile de savoir quelle était.
The issue is basically what is the vision that the population had of the constitutional system as they would have wished it to be.
In relation to federalism, the federalism of it at the time, which you said was imposed. Yes.
I'm wondering if I can just ask a few more questions, because in fact I was coming to that, but in a particular way.
Just do this. Witness, can you respond now, and then counsel will pick it up later, perhaps from including questions arising from your answer.
Alors, il faut expliquer.
So you have to explain that decolonialization was done in very particular circumstances in Kenya following a war, a very violent war, horrific war. So the negotiation of the constitutional formula is done under circumstances which are particular, under pressure. So the British tried to develop a formula which would satisfy their interests, the interests of certain groups in society. And it's true, it wasn't the vision that an elite had, a Kikuyu-Luyu elite had. They saw, or they hoped for, a formula which would make it possible to have a lot more power than the federal system. In a federal system, this would divide up the power, and that would make it possible for there to be a multitude of different areas of power. That's it. The elite, or a certain elite from Kanu, thought that you had to develop a formula with a state, an executive state, which really was a magnet of power and could develop its policies and politics, because the federal form wouldn't allow that. And it's true that the federal system was firstly to serve the small groups, first of all, so it wasn't the Kalenjin, it was people from the coast as well. It was pretty much all a whole series of communities. They feared being marginalized by what they were experiencing in the great wider community.
What I'm trying to understand is if you're able to... I'm sorry, I see you've been coughing. At this point, I need to indicate it on the record in view of some comments made about that, and I'm sorry about that. If you need more time, let us know. What I'm trying to understand is how, if you can help me at this stage understand it, how Kenyans, in general, to the extent that you can assist, felt about the federalist aspect of the 1963 Constitution that Mr. Hooper introduced in his testimony, in his questions to you. How did the Kenyans in general feel about it? You've mentioned Kikuyus, you've mentioned Luos, you've mentioned elites. I also want to understand how Kalenjins and the general population, quite apart from the elite, felt about federalism in the Constitution of 1963.
On n'a pas de source précise.
We don't have precise sources with regards to the opinions of the people. You can estimate them with regards to the position taking of their elite who are meant to represent them. And through that, what can be said is that the Kalenjin were very firmly behind the idea of a federal organization, and the issue at stake was very clearly for them to try and get customary rights on their lands, and it was through the federal formula they hoped.
he also said people on the coast. How did they feel about it?
La côte aussi, ils étaient...
The coast too. They were in favour of a federal solution.
Thank you. Mr. Hooper, please.
Perhaps I can tempt you to a Strepfin for coughs and colds, which may help.
Oui, non, mais vous inquiétez pas.
No, don't worry.
They're probably probably wouldn't go down with the French taste, I dare say.
All right, Mr. Hooper has graciously said we can see it.
But if you change your mind, do let us know. We have quite a supply on this side. So, but coming back right to the Constitution, the Mau Mau War had led to terrible depredations being inflicted on the Kikuyu people. Is that right? And estimates of Kikuyu killed. You nodded. Can we just have a yes or no for the answer was yes. Can you just say yes or no? Yeah.
Oui, il y a une estimation de...
As an estimation goes around the figure of 10,000 people who were killed.
Though I've seen estimates as high as 50,000, but whatever, that's still a large number of people. As you described in your evidence yesterday or the day before, it was a war of liberation, but had an ambiguity about it in as much as it was also a civil war amongst the Kikuyu. Is that right?
Tout à fait.
Indeed, the figures I've seen are that only about 60 whites were killed in the Mau Mau uprising. Give you some idea of the imbalance there. But with independence, it would be right to say that the Kikuyus felt a degree of entitlement to, as it were, having the larger share of the cake. Would that be a rough but fair reflection of their position?
C'est dit un peu directement.
Well, there was a certain legitimacy. They considered that they had a certain degree of legitimacy due to their fight against colonialism. But at the same time, the fact that they were so numerous, their demographic force, the fact that the way they were in the economic system, their position, there were multiple factors that meant that the Kikuyu were at the heart of the process in the negotiations for independence.
Indeed, by the time of liberation and independence, it was probably the Kikuyus, despite that war, who had perhaps benefited the most from education and other facilities under the previous colonial government. Would that be right?
Oui, notamment du fait.
Yes, and particularly the fact that they were close to the capital. That's true.
Ils avaient également beaucoup souffert.
Also suffered a lot from colonialism. The fact that there were lots of different lands that were taken from them. So they adapted to the new structure, the new contingency, more quickly than other communities.
Now, KANU, the Kenya African National Union, had developed over the 10 or 20 years prior to independence. I don't want to go into that or their history. Became primarily a Kikuyu organization. Is that right?
Il y avait des élites.
Well, there was an elite that came from different ethnic groups, but it's true that there was a Kikuyu preponderance.
Tout dépend des races.
Everything depends on the roots that you have in Kanu. Well, yes, it could be said that there was a strong hegemony of Kikuyu.
And going ahead over the next 50 years, until 2002, Kanu became the primary political vehicle in Kenya, and indeed became the one party at the time when Kenya developed a one-party state constitution. Is that right?
Oui, alors
Yes. Well, you have to make a distinction between different periods. Kenyatta, the first president, he distrusted the partisan structures, party structures. He tried to avoid using these parties, and he managed the country from provincial administration, and the parties were hardly institutionalized. It was almost an empty structure, and it was basically Moi who restructured the parties and used them as a political machine from the 80s onwards.
Now, going back to this newly formed Kenya with its federal constitution, and KADU, the Kenyan Africa Democratic Union, David Anderson in his book describes the formation of KADU as born out of fear. That is, born out of fear of a Kikuyu Luo dominance. Is that right?
Oui.
And in the negotiations, the constitutional negotiations, they and the KADU grouping, a very diverse grouping of people other than Kikuyus and Luos, wanted and struggled to have a federal constitution that they perceived would protect their individual interests and protect them from essentially a Kikuyu Luo power. Would that be right?
Le voir comme ça.
See it like that.
And one of the first things that Kenyatta did, once Kenya was independent.
1 second. My French is not very good, but I do understand a bit of it. When the witness said on voit comme ça, does it mean you can say it like that, or we can see it like that?
One can see it like that.
All right, thank you.
Le dire comme ça, c'est...
I would put it like that. It's acceptable. Yes, it's a way of summarizing things, yes.
Il faut voir la suite.
To see what's coming afterwards, put it like that.
All right. It's a very southern French attitude, if I may say so. Now, one of the first things that Kenyatta did in the newly formed Republic of Kenya was to work at dismantling that agreed constitution and replacing it with another constitution. Is that right?
Oui.
And he achieved that in 1969 when he replaced it with, instead of a federal, a unitary system. I'll go through the list briefly. Is that right?
Oui, ça s'est même fait.
Yes, that was even done before. To my knowledge, it was in 64 that people went to a unitary state.
He moved from a bicameral legislature to a unitary one. Is that right?
Oui, ah oui.
Yes, yes.
He moved from
Oui,
a parliamentary
Oui.
to a presidential system. Is that right?
Oui.
And say yes.
And he also reduced the rights contained in the Bill of Rights.
Oui.
Yes.
Under Kenyatta, he took considerable presidential powers, operating, as you've just said, really without a political party structure, and centralizing power very much in the hands of a Kikuyu elite. Do you agree?
Je ne peux pas dire que c'était au même.
I cannot say power was in the hands of the Kikuyu elite. There was a Kikuyuization of the administration, but at the senior level of the administration, there were many people from other ethnic groups. There was a certain degree of Kikuyu domination, but this took account of a sort of distribution of departments. That was more or less how the system worked.
But is it right to say that, for example, the key ministers were Kikuyu?
La plupart des ministères clés.
Most of the key ministry during certain periods were occupied by Kikuyu.
Almost half the permanent secretaries in the civil service were Kikuyu.
Ça dépend des périodes, mais oui.
Answer, it depends on the periods, but I can say yes.
Daniel Branch produces a figure of half of the top salaried civil servants, 222, half of them were Kikuyu. Do you accept that figure?
Oui, mais il vous dit.
Yes, but you can also ask what the date, the period was. There was a period when that phenomenon was very strong. It is true that towards the end of the Kenyatta reign, the Kikuyus have had a stronghold on the regime.
Oh yes, indeed. That it was a progression of taking power by an elite. The army, for example, had always been Kamba-run. That became Kikuyu-run. The GSU was established, became Kikuyu-run. That's right, isn't it?
Oui.
Yes.
You've talked about land distribution and significant migration from Central Province, out of Central Province, into areas that had previously been seen as traditional land of the Maasai or various Kalenjin groups. You spoke about that yesterday, and indeed by 1970, I think it's again Daniel Branch who describes it as becoming a flood. Indeed, your figures yesterday supported that view. Is that right? This was massive massive emigration out of largely central province into these other areas.
Je tiens à rappeler que
I should like to point out that the figures I gave yesterday, for example, the 500,000 people who migrated to the Rift Valley province. If Faulkner in 1970 estimated the number of people who migrated from 62 to 70. This is 500,000 people, but it was not only Kikuyu. We do not have precise figures here that gives us the distribution between the Luos, Luyas, and Kikuyus. We know that there was a dominance of Kikuyus in the distribution of land within the settlement schemes and land buying companies, but we do not have any precise figures.
Indeed, and as far as land buying companies are concerned, basically, for example, there would be perhaps a Kikuyu society that would just explain what we mean by that so that we better understand.
oui, les land buying companies.
The land buying companies were more Kikuyu because in order to set them up, you needed to have contacts at the summit of the state so as to use certain bank services and so on. For political reason, the fact is that many of the land buying companies were quite frequently Kikuyu in the 70s.
And indeed, again, Daniel Branch figure, he provides a figure in terms of loans, industrial loans, of all industrial loans in 1964 to 66. 64% of those industrial loans were to Kikuyus, and 44% of commercial loans were to Kikuyus. So in order to buy land, you need the money. But the tax, as it were what they were. So, obviously, this history, as you...
Mr. Rupert, he needs to react to the evidence, as it were, you've given.
Yes.
From somebody else.
Yes. The 64%, 44% figures of loans you seem to be agreeing.
Non, oui, je suis d'accord.
Answer, yes, I agree with your sources. It is obvious that the sources brought together by Daniel Branch are quite judicious and reliable.
And as against all the other provinces or areas of Kenya, Central Province, perhaps because, of course, Nairobi is there as well, but Central Province had superior education and health facilities, strikingly superior, indeed, to many areas of Kenya. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And so, as you were in fact saying yesterday, all this really conspired to bring about a high level of resentment, really, amongst groups who weren't benefiting, and who were who weren't benefiting. That'd be right, wouldn't it?
Je le pensais, mais ça ne s'est pas.
Well, one can think so, but that was not expressed at that time through demonstrations and other means. One can deduce that, but it was not expressed through political actions or very clear political discourses. Is it because maybe the the authorities dominated the opposition, Well, one can say that some of the opposition and even some Kikuyus were confined to certain areas by a regime that was an authoritarian one.
So we move on from independence in 1963 through the Kenyatta years and this assuming of greater and greater power by a particular group. And eventually, after a degree of illness, Kenyatta dies in August of 1978. Is that right?
Yes.
And perhaps to everyone's surprise, it's Daniel Moi who becomes the new president, succeeding him. Is that right?
Oui, c'était constitution.
Yes, it was provided for in the Constitution. He was the vice president, so quite logically, he took over power. It's conventional constitutional rules that were followed.
But there is some evidence that there, at that time, was a plan to take over power by force. The Sabayot land army and the like. There was certainly a Kikuyu interest, was there not,
Alors, apparemment, vous faites allusion, en effet.
Apparently, you are alluding to the fact that there was a faction close to the regime that would have wanted to prevent the passing over of power to Daniel Arap Moi. So there was a series of people close to the Kiambu elite who made a failed attempt to prevent the presidency being passed on to Daniel Arap Moi.
Well, Moi takes over power and by degrees he takes over more and more power, essentially, and eventually, until he retires just prior to the 2002 election. Is that right?
Oui.
Answer yes.
And for many people, his regime had the hallmarks of corruption and the imposition of fear in Kenya.
Oui.
So yes.
On peut dire cela, oui, tout particulièrement.
Yes, in fact, particularly in the 80s, Daniel Arap Moi had put in place a strong authoritarian regime, a police state, which persecuted the opposition, which was really diminished. Yes, indeed, he reigned through fear.
As you were saying yesterday, his authoritarianism extended, in fact, to the Kalenjin people as well. And you nod and that's a yes, as we heard yesterday.
Bien sûr, c'est vital.
Yes, of course, it was crucial for him to ensure that the elite of his community should follow him, that there should be no dissidents.
And when we talk of his community, we might in fact be mistaken to use the identifier of Kalenjin to describe them, identifier being your language, I think political science language, Kalenjin is an identifier, but as you pointed out in your evidence, it includes subgroups within it who are actually mutually antagonistic and they don't necessarily all get on. That's right, isn't it?
Oui, c'est une identité.
Yes, the Kalenjin is a recent identity that brings together a diverse group of people. It functions a little bit like Russian dolls, because in each identity you have other sub-identities. So at any one point, a political elite would mobilize some of those identities. In Mount Elgon, you had a conflict between two subgroups. So you have overlapping identities, imbricated identities, and the Kalenjin is made up of all these multiple identities.
I think we may have had the subgrouping provided earlier, but maybe not. So let me just, again, for the sake of the transcript and our case, just go through with you.
What do they have in common, Mr. Hooper, that would make it possible for all these subgroups to come together? Maybe you can explore that.
I will. Can I just nominate the subgroups? And I'll just read them out, and you can tell me if that's correct at the end. The Nandi, the Kipsigi, the Tugan, the Kayo.
Together, maybe you can explore that.
I will. Can I just nominate the subgroups? And I'll just read them out, and you can tell me if that's correct. The Sebayot,
Oui.
the Pokot.
Okay.
You can tell me if if they need it. So there's 8 groups there. Now, most of them are pastoralists. That's something they have in common, but not all of them. Is that right?
Je dirais plutôt agro-pastoraliste.
I would say agro-pastoralists.
Right.
C'est-à-dire, oui.
And they made their way into the area that they inhabited 600 or 700 years ago as separate tribal groups. Each of those groups is broken into clans. They have a similar but not the same language between them, but it has strong similarities. Some groups find it harder to understand others. And what brought them together was I suppose, that background. Is that right? And particularly under Moy, as a young man, seeking a political platform, perhaps, a grouping of people that were given the name Kalenjin. Kalenjin, in fact, stands for
Mr. Hooper, one at a time. There are so many propositions there. Witness, you can now, can you let him?
Yeah.
Okay, can you begin? Mr. Hooper has indicated certain characteristics which he'd say might have brought the groups together. Can you react? Do you agree with him on all that? Or do you have disagreements or comments?
Oui, je suis d'accord avec.
Yes, I agree with you to the extent that this was a federation of groups that came together with a political objective, the political objective of becoming a force that would be influential. They understood that separately they wouldn't have any great capacity, any great influence, and in fact, there were certain political leaders, including Daniel Moy, but he was not the only one. They understood that there would be a possibility to bring these communities together. It is true that they had a common interest, that is to reacquire their land rights, and this was the original source of their understanding, which later on was frittered away.
But quite apart from the political consideration that may have brought them together, What about the ethno-cultural elements that Mr. Hooper indicated? Similarity in language, way of life and all that. Can you comment whether there was enough of that to explain that confederation of different ethnic or sub-ethnic groups?
Alors oui, c'est des communautés.
Yes, these are communities that shared common land ownership. They were both in competition and cooperation. Depending on the periods, people moved from one identity to another. So they had common practices, particularly relating to land use, so it was easy to work together. But progressively, there was an evolution of the way of living of the various communities, which created differences between the various subgroups. So progressively, their ways of life became slightly different, which undermined that common identity and undermined as well all the hard work that had been done to make them understand that it was in their interest to work together.
There were also a powerful warrior people, particularly, I understand, the Nandi and the Kipsigi, particularly the Nandi. We hear about the Maasai a lot, but in fact the warrior group par excellence in that area was in fact the Nandi traditionally. Is that right?
Les Nandis qui se sont le plus illustrés.
The Nandis became very well known at the time the territory was conquered by the British. They were the most virulent, the most active in trying to prevent the British from acquiring those areas. So they have been known to be great warriors in the past, and this was revived. This notion was revived from the years 1990 to 2000.
Are the Maasais, do they come in within this larger umbrella group, Kalenjin, or are they out of it?
No, they're out of it. And you agree with that. And indeed, for example, Muller, was it Klopp? Muller, I mean, she studied, you gave that example yesterday, she studies the Maasai in who are around Lake Naivasha, that area there. So the Maasai, the Maasai basically inhabited that part of Kenya that we see between Central Province and the highlands above Nakuru. Would that be right?
Oui, les différents clans.
Yes, the various Maasai clans occupied that entire area. This was their natural area of influence. It is, of course, an identity that is totally different from the Kalenjins, but politically, Daniel Arap Moi understood that there were common interests to be developed. So he tried to develop that identity of Kamatusa, Kalenjin, Maasai, and Samburu, and another group.
I'll come back to this particular area. Of course, the Kalenjins area, the Nandi and Kipsigis area in particular, very much came into focus when the British colonists built their railway from Mombasa up into Uganda. And it passes through Nandi and Kipsigi territory. And that's when there were 4 or 5 years of war, I think.
Oui. C'est ça. C'est ça.
That is correct.
And in fact, the Nandi put up the greatest opposition to colonialism of any group, I think, within Kenya, more so than any other group, in terms of how long they fought and resisted the colonialists.
En effet, au pouvoir colonial.
That is to the colonial power during the conquest at the beginning of the 20th century. In any case, the population could not have any strong opposition because these people were coming out of a terrible period of famine and epidemics. So all the communities of those regions were very weakened. So the British arrived in this territory, which had been ravaged by natural catastrophes. This meant that resistance to the conquest was relatively weak. But it is true that the Nandis succeeded in putting up a great deal of opposition.
And I'll come back to the Moi years. But after Moi, amongst many of the Kalenjin people, there was a sense of great shame at what Moi had done. Is that right?
Ce que semble dire.
That is what Gabriel Lynch appears to state.
They were appalled at, as it were, the reputation that he'd sort of given them. And as a reaction to that, as Gabriel Lynch points out, there was an effort on the part of the Kalenjins to invest in cultural entrepreneurship, as you would put it, through developing a greater sense of community amongst the Kalenjin, as you told us, in fact, yesterday. Is that right?
Oui.
I'll say yes.
Just as we come up to the break and a bit of relief for you, I'll just go through some of the things that she and others have identified. There were student associations, there was the Kalenjin language classes, reaching out to expats, diaspora group, website, the EMO Foundation, and you agree that these are all features that you've read about or are familiar with. Is that right?
Oui.
Say yes.
These are all occurring during the years 2000, leading up to 2007, this emphasis on a sense of a community. And I see the time.
Witness, before we rise, there was a question that Mr. Rupa had asked you, and the question was that Kalenjins he put the proposition that Kalenjins were rather embarrassed about Mr. Moi's regime and what he'd done. And you said that's what Gabriel Lynch says. What about your own views on the matter? Do you share Gabriel Lynch's views on it? Or would you rather defer it to Gabriel Lynch, whom Mr. Hooper had cited?
Gabriel Lynch.
In fact, Gabriel Lynch sort of qualifies that assertion by explaining that in the 90s, there was already preparation for the after Moi era. So you had a lot of elites from the various Kalenjin groups preparing that succession and trying to envisage their own situation after Moi would have left. So there was a sort of cultural renaissance, but there was a lot of work also at the social and economic levels. You had all these elites trying to work together based on what she describes to us. So there was a lot of dynamism within the civil society, particularly in the two most popular subgroups, the Nandis and Kipsigis.
We'll leave it there for now and take our morning break.
Thank you, Doctor.
And we will come back at 11:30. God will rise.
All rise, we will wait.
No, thank you, thank you.
up to Molo, that sort of area. Is that right?
Oui.
And the general theory is that this was, in fact, ethnic violence being used by the state.
Oui.
And again, as I think Muller states, little is known about the Kalenjin youth who participated in the violence and the extent to which they responded to pressure or payment or their own prejudices and resentments, unquote. It's again, an area that's, as you said in your own evidence, was little known.
Yes, indeed. We know relatively little with regard to the militia at the start of the 90s and the micro-local factors which made certain places have greater violence, where violence took place to a greater extent than elsewhere.
Well, in the 1992 election, Moy is re-elected. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
5 years on, the next general election, 1997. And you spoke a little about that yesterday. Just pausing there, is it right to say that the worst violence in 97 was in fact in Coast Province?
Oui, ça a été les...
Yes. It was in 97. You had, well, the most media coverage of this tension because it was the coast, and the media were there as well, and there were around 100 deaths, 100,000 displaced persons. I don't know if we can compare the different tensions that there were in the country and make a competition with regards to the number of dead, but at the same time, in Massabit you had 200 deaths, so it's not the only place by any means where there were tensions, but it was the tensions that received the most media attention, certainly. That's undeniable.
And Moy retires in 2002. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
That's after, 23 years or so as president.
Oui.
And he fell within the Kalenjin grouping, but he was himself a Tugen. Is that right? T-U-G-N?
Oui.
Yes.
And again, as you touched on in your evidence yesterday, the Kalenjin as a whole, many of the groups felt that they hadn't benefited. Felt that they hadn't benefited as much as they fairly should have done during the Moy years. Is that right?
Oui, il y avait indéniablement.
Yes, undeniably there was a frustration on the part of a lot of Kalenjin sub-communities. It was expressed through or by certain political leaders, but during the Moy regime, all these dissident voices were quashed by different means.
And essentially, the Moy inner circle was a Tugen Kayo, it's K-E-I-Y-O, a Tugen Kayo grouping. Is that right? Yes.
Oui.
That's it, yes.
And the 1990s, generally within Kenya, witnessed, and in particular in the North Rift, experienced a degree of economic collapse. His was not an economic success, the Moi regime, was it?
Well, the North Rift is the cereal zone, and it's true that in the 80s the Moi regime tried to do the equivalent to what Kenyatta would try and do with coffee, namely to massively support the cooperative structures and other structures, and therefore through different means, particularly by artificial price support, they tried to favour all the cereal sector, apart from the fact that it didn't work as well as they wished. And in the 90s, it is true that all the structures of organisation of this agricultural sector were collapsing. And so there's an agricultural economy which is suffering in that region.
Again, figures drawn from Daniel Branch, his book. In Uasin Gishu, Nandi and Bomet, absolute poverty levels in those places, Uasin Gishu, Nandi, Bomet, absolute poverty levels all increased from about 40 to 60% as a measure of that economic collapse. Do you again either familiar or accept those figures?
Oui.
Apart from oppression, and again I think Branch refers to there being in 1986 over 1,000 political prisoners under the Moi regime. Is that a figure that, again, you would accept?
Oui.
And Nyayo House, of course, in Nairobi, with its dungeons and torture chambers. Again, that's now well known, isn't it?
C'est bien connu, c'est très
Well known. It's very well documented.
And in the meantime, in terms of corruption, we know from the Kroll International report the extent of that corruption, or to a large extent we know the extent of that corruption, do we not?
Oui.
And the Kroll International report was only, in fact, published after the 2002 election. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
Kroll International, known, well, respected accounting investigatory organization that was called in demonstrated that the economy had been looted by him, that is Moi and his relatives, to the extent of just over $2 billion. Again, are those figures that you've become familiar with?
Oui,
Yes. There's clearly a criminalisation of the state during this period with major scandals, Goldenberg and other scandals.
To the extent that, and again I think this is, in fact, it is referred to in Gabrielle Lynch's article, that Gideon Moi is reputed to have benefit to the extent of £530 million, which is about $1 billion, and perhaps a bit less than that, and Philip by £384 million. Again, those are figures that you would have seen and I dare say don't disagree with from what you've learnt.
Oui, c'est toujours des chiffres.
These are figures that circulate. It's difficult to demonstrate if it's more or less. Whatever the case, it's too much, clearly too much.
Yes, well. After Moy retired, we had the 2002 election, which was, or so I understood from reading, was relatively peaceful. I don't know whether you want to revisit that figure of 350 killed that you mentioned yesterday. Can you help us as to that?
C'est les chiffres qui sont donnés.
These are figures that are given in particular in an article on violence. There's one or two articles about 2002 violence. These are figures that come up constantly. So these are the figures that must have been given by monitoring organisations or observer organisations with regard that were observing the elections. And if you have peaceful elections, well, at the time I was in Kenya, and these were elections where there weren't major fears. They basically happened in a way, well, there was a good atmosphere, hope, a lot of hope.
Mr. Hooper, would this be a good time, perhaps you can do it yourself, to revisit whether or not the witness was able to do that homework of yesterday?
Yes, while we're on elections and the 90s into 2002, you may recall that the bench invited you to see if we can come to a practical figure, as it were, that we can use or adopt.
Alors pour les années 90,
for the 90s, according to the figures that I have, around 400 deaths, but I really have to look at my archives. I only have handwritten sources. I don't have all my documents here, of course, but according to the sums that I've been able to make, it's around 400, 500 deaths, around that figure, but it's very unsatisfactory. I really have to go and check in the different reports that I have at home.
When you say in the 90s, we mean what?
97, the elections of 1997.
And did you also, your notes indicate displaced? The figure for displaced persons, if any, were displaced.
je n'ai les chiffres des déplacés.
I don't have the... Well, I only have the displaced figures for Mombasa. Mombasa, it's around 100,000.
Mais je sais qu'il y avait des déplacés en Transmara.
I know that there were displaced people in Transmara and other places, but I really have to see that in my other document.
With Moy gone, the National Rainbow Coalition won a stunning victory, and with it, everyone's hopes in Kenya, as indeed you've just said, their expectations were very high. Is that right?
Absolument.
Absolutely.
Though the Kibaki government did some good things, it didn't meet everyone's expectations. Is that right?
Non, bien sûr que non.
Of course, yes, of course not.
It pledged itself, for example, to fight corruption and to eliminate it. You've mentioned the Anglo leasing case of July 2004, and that, as I understand it, uncovered theft on the part of that regime of about $750 million in contracts. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And there was, as many said, a feeling nothing had changed under Kibaki. Is that right?
On ne peut pas dire ça.
You can't really say that. It wasn't the change that was expected, in that Kibaki went back to the same methods that previous governments had used. But there was a change, a major change compared to the Moi period.
That indeed was the case, but there were certain changes that created a sense of increased alienation, particularly amongst the Kalenjin people, but others also, as a result of various things that government did, some of which, of course, you touched upon in your evidence yesterday. First of all, there was extensive sacking, was there not, of Kalenjin civil servants. I understand about 100 top civil servants were sacked, Kalenjin civil servants. Is that right?
Oui, il y a eu une
Yes, there was a de-Kalenjinization at the higher levels of the government, of the state, just as Moi had Kikuyuized the public administration when he came to power.
Mr. Hooper, before you stray too far away from the area, since you talked about the Anglo leasing scandal and you've now put it on record as to what it means, the witness had also, in his report, and I believe in the course of the testimony, also mentioned the Goldenberg. What is that?
Yeah. The Goldenberg, was that largely the issues that were looked at in the Kroll report, Goldenberg?
Alors, le scandale Goldenberg.
The Goldenberg scandal was a financial scandal which was meant to finance the 1992 elections. It was a huge means of emptying the coffers of the state and use that money basically for the electoral campaign. That's basically what you can draw from the various reports. It had major macroeconomic effects, fueling inflation, and it was a horrific scandal for Kenyan finances. This took place in the early 1990s.
And it was after Moi had gone that the Kroll International investigation went into that and other similar thefts from the Treasury. That was the subject of that the Kroll report, the Goldenberg, as it's commonly known, and well known in Kenya. During the Kibaki first term, 2002-2007, you've spoken of this sacking of Kalenjin, a process of de-Kalenjinization, but it was also accompanied by a Kikuyuization. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And there were then, of course, allegations of biased recruiting and appointments within government. The old partisanship of one ethnic group favouring its own?
Oui.
Yes.
And you spoke yesterday of particular incidents, the eviction of Kalenjin people from the Mao forest, which was the subject of an Amnesty International report, was it not?
J'imagine que vous faites...
Yes, you're referring to the Mao forest. The Mao forest is one of the largest forests in Kenya, and there were several areas, several zones that were given to groups that needed land. And during the Kibaki regime, the first regime, the illegal occupants were expelled from the forest, in particular the Kipsigis, and not only the Kipsigis, but mainly the Kipsigis. And some of this land was also given to well-known people, not just producers or farmers who benefited from this land, but there were Kalenjin leaders, community leaders, who benefited from this land, and others were expelled. And of course, this led to hard feelings on their part.
And a particular item of expected change, agreed change, as agreed between the National Rainbow Coalition Party members, was an expectation that the Constitution would be changed. Is that right?
Oui, oui.
Yes, yes.
And the system as developed by Kenyatta and continued under Moi would to some extent revert back to the original federal constitution that had been dismantled by Kenyatta. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And so when Daniel Branch, for example, says that this constitutional issue, this Majimbo issue, permeates Kenyan politics from its very beginnings as a state, independent state, right through to very recently, that's a very fair comment, isn't it?
Just one comment, Your Honor. Could we have the specific reference of these statements that Mr. Hooper is putting to the witness? In all fairness, I know we've gone through a couple of these already on other subjects, but on important and relevant topics, I'd like to have those references, obviously, so we can check and verify the information that's being put to the witness. And for the witness as well, what might be useful to have an excerpt of what's being put to him, because in certain cases there's a certain nuances or ambiguities, and if the witness is going to think, obviously, that it's something that comes directly from an author, then it should be exactly repeated to him as stated in the article or in the book.
Mr. Garcia, technicality of objections noted, but this is an expert, but Professor, do we have a danger that he would agree to a proposition that's put to him if he didn't agree with it? And the reason is, if Mr. Hooper phrases his question as it does, of course there are some consequences which perhaps you may explore at the time when he places references into his question. But what's more important, I take it, to be the proposition that is being put to the witness, regardless of the source of it, in the question, and then the witness can agree or disagree.
Indeed, Your Honor. The reason for my objection was basically I want the proposition that's put to the witness to be as clear as possible. In certain cases, cases, there's been certain nuances, ambiguities that the witness has come back on. That's the extent of my objection.
Mr. Hooper, you may proceed, but you may also, if you want to assist, I think you should be able to read out the references if that's not too unwieldy for you. So
be a bit
for the benefit of the record.
unwieldy. I mean, these are opinions, as Your Honour says, and we have an expert here. So here's an opinion that we have a seam, a Majimbo seam that runs through Kenyan politics. Whosever opinion that is, you'd agree with that?
Je dirais que la question
Well, I would say that the issue of Majimbo was discussed and was a major one up until 1964 and then receded from politics until the early 90s. It was dormant, if you will, throughout the Kenyatta regime and the first part of Ahab Moi's regime. It was something that came back in favor at the beginning of the multi-party system by Kalenjin officials in order to save the situation, if you will, if they were to lose the general elections.
Well, under the National Rainbow Coalition, there was a draft Constitutional Review Committee, was there not, that in fact proposed a constitution that reverted in many of its elements back to the original constitutional format, cutting down presidential centricism and providing more power to the provinces. Is that right?
exact.
That's correct.
But those proposals were chopped down by, it said, in particular, the work of the then Attorney General, Amos Wako. Nothing to do with Wacky, of course. Wako, another personality, Attorney General. And he, that's right, he cut out a lot of the amending aspects of those proposals. Is that right?
Yes. The text of the Constitution that resulted from the meeting was not actually submitted to referendum. It was modified by WECO, the Attorney General, and it was worked on by the government in order to limit the federalism aspects. In other words, the text was completely denatured compared to what the original drafters of the Constitution had intended. Many of the politicians involved during the 2005 referendum were against that text because it did not correspond to the original drafters' intentions.
Mr. Hooper, you will need to spell the name of Amos Wako.
Certainly. Amos, A-M-O-S, Wako, W-A-K-O. And those are two words, of course. It's, first and second name. Who I think had been the Attorney General from 1991 right through until, I think, just 2 or 3 years ago. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
Well, with this denatured constitution that was now going to the people by way of a referendum for their agreement, it because of the cut down, out of this came, of course, the Orange Democratic Movement. Is that right?
Pourriez-vous préciser?
Could you make that more precise, please? I'm not sure I understood your question.
Certainly. The denatured, I think was the word I used, which I had translated, the watered down, as it were, draft constitution was subjected to a referendum. And as we know, the Orange Democratic Movement was born, is this right, out of the opposition to that proposed watered-down constitution.
Oui.
Yes.
And as you told us yesterday, all of Kenya, essentially, all the provinces, voted against the constitution, and only Central Province voted for it. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And for Central Province, we are talking almost synonymously with Kikuyu. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And so out of 42 tribes, 41 voted for, or rather against that constitution. One voted for it.
C'est un peu réducteur de le présenter de...
Well, to present it that way is a bit limited. What you can say is that the majority of the population voted against because 58% voted against. To say, well, you know, within the communities, there were people who voted for. Perhaps we can agree on that. 58% of the population voted against, which means the vast majority of the Kenyan people were against that constitution.
Very well. And after that referendum, Kibaki was left with mainly Kikuyu, Embu, Meru grouping supporting him. Is that right?
Ce que pensait l'opposition.
Well, that's what the opposition thought, but in fact, the polls indicated that his personal popularity was in fact higher than that, larger than that. The results of the election have shown that, in spite of everything, he had wider support than what appeared from the results of the constitutional referendum. Therefore, perhaps the people distinguish clearly between the issue relating to a constitutional referendum and the issue of a general election that was yet to come.
But as a political scientist, you'll be doubtless the first to agree that it's people's perceptions that often matter the most.
Oui, ça dépend.
Well, it depends. I'm afraid I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at. People's perception, what do you mean? You mean in terms of the legitimacy of the government in power, or what?
Let me give you an example. Perceptions, for example, that there was what was called the Mount Kenya Mafia, which you referred to. That was a perception. To what extent was it true?
Je trouve que
Well, the fact is, Kibaki governed with a group of men around him, just as Arap Moi also had a group of followers. Well, these Kamaria, these groups that influence the head of state, you could refer to a mafia, perhaps. But this term of the Mount Kenya Mafia was an expression developed by the opposition in order to denounce the fact that it was a very small group of men governing around Moi Kibaki. Did the people see it that way over and beyond what was stated in political circles? I really don't know, and I wouldn't really have anything to say about that.
Thank you. We mentioned Anglo-leasing as a token of corruption. You also mentioned the Artur brothers. What was that? That's A-R-T-U-R.
la saga des...
Well, the saga of the Artur brothers, well, it was a strange scandal. There were two Armenians, I seem to remember, who were very close with a person who had the reputation of being part of the President of the Republic's family, and thanks to that family link, they benefited from a series of advantages, facilities, and their name was connected with various types of trafficking. It was a scandal that was very much in the media for months, for several months, and it was typical, it was symptomatic of a regime that was more and more criminalized, as people said at the time. And so, yes, it was one of the scandals at the end of the first term of Kibaki.
And again, from what you say, it'd be fair to say that there were those who took the view that that regime was now a profoundly criminal regime in its nature.
Well, when I refer to the criminalization of politics, I mean in terms of the politics. We're referring here to practices whereby those who are governing do so outside of what is legal, and they do not respect the rule of law.
As far as state investment at the time was concerned, was that along regional lines? Was there again a favouring of certain areas over others, particularly central?
Well, we'd have to take a look at the numbers. As far as I know, things were monitored fairly closely. I don't think there were very obvious excesses, if you will. One of the characteristics of that regime was that they did invest in infrastructure. A lot of the infrastructure was situated in the capital city and near Central Province. But I don't recall the exact numbers. Given that you read Daniel Bunch's book recently, I believe they're in that book, but I'm afraid I don't remember them myself. But there's a lot of publications about that.
So as we come towards the election and into 2007, the ODM as a political party is structured. You've been through the various leading personalities concerned with ODM. Raila Odinga representing the Luos, who told us. Salia Mudavadi, Luya. William Ruto is a Kalenjin. Najib Balala. Just pausing there, is he associated with a group or with it seems a place rather than a group? Is that right? With Coast? What's his position?
Vous voulez savoir qui est...
Your question is, who is Najib Balala?
Yes, I mean, what sector does
Alors,
he represent?
Najib Balala a été...
Najib Balala was the mayor of Mombasa. He was elected in a district of Mombasa, and he represents an urban area in the Coast Province, and he hoped to be the representative of the entire coast area, which is in fact divided into various different groups and communities. And it's a region that finds it very difficult to choose an uncontested leader. In ODM, Najib Balala, his role was to bring in the votes from the coast.
And Joseph Nyaga, Nyagah. What sector did he represent?
Principe, il représente...
He represented the Embu, but inasmuch as Uhuru Kenyatta was not part of this arrangement, he was supposed to bring in the votes from the Jima. In other words, people from the central province, the Kikuya and others. At least that was the hope of the ODM technocrats.
And Charity Ngilu?
Charity Ngilu, c'était Kamba.
Charity Ngilu was a Kamba, and she came in later into this alliance. The problem of the Kambas is that they had a major candidate in the presidential elections, Musyoka.
Mr. Hooper, it is now 12:30 on the clock. You had indicated you'd be done by lunchtime. I hope with.
I said today, rather yesterday, I said I'd finish today, and this morning I said I hope to finish by lunchtime.
Yes, that's what I remember.
So it remains a hope.
We have a witness tomorrow. We will need to start.
Indeed.
Yes.
But
Mr. King Katwa will also be going as well.
Yes. I'm fairly confident that the chamber nor the witness would be greatly inconvenienced by the further length, such as it be, of my discussion here.
You didn't account for Mr. King Katwa's own predicament in it. We wouldn't want to squeeze him.
No, you don't squeeze Nandi.
All right. Let's. What is your indication? Can you give us now?
I'm pretty on track.
For 12. for
Well, it
lunchtime.
may go a little bit over lunch, but not much. And I'm very aware of the relative discomfort of the witness with his cough as well. So I'll press on. We were talking about the composition of the ODM, and I think you can confirm that in no way did the ODM seek to exclude Kikuyu. It had Kikuyu activists also working in and for it. That's right, isn't it?
Oui, mais
Yes, but when Uhuru Kenyatta was no longer part of this alliance, that reduced their contribution significantly.
Indeed, but that wasn't by way of policy, as it were, of the ODM. They would have preferred Kenyatta to have remained within their fold. And though Kenyatta went, it's right to say others remained.
oui,
Yes. You can't say that ODM had to just be read in ethnic terms. It did raise ideological questions, constitutional and other questions which were quite deep, in order to go beyond a whole series of ethnic divides in certain social milieu.
Musalia Mudavadi was essentially the Luya flag bearer. Can you just help us a little bit about the Luya? Let me put it like this: the largest single block, ethnic block, is the Kikuyu, is it not?
oui.
And the next one, can you just, if you know the order, approximately?
Je me rappelle plus maintenant les
I
derniers.
don't remember the latest figures because it has changed. I don't want to... Well, let's say it's said that there are a series of groups that are numerically important. Who therefore have political force, and strength, clear political force. Luo, Luya, Kalenjin, Kisii, Gamba, and the Luya. Now, the Luya, you're asking me what they were? Well, it's a bit like the Kalenjin, a relatively recent identity. You have very diverse communities joined together, and contrary to the Kalenjin, it's relatively divided up in its voting strategy. So you have a swing community which is essential to obtain an electoral majority. So they try and get their vote, but they do have an elite which is very disunited. And it's particularly complex to try and get a large number of voters from that community to vote for you. But they are a key demographic, politically and economically.
And of course, William Ruto, and you mentioned him yesterday, and you mentioned the Endama Ravine Declaration. And if we can just perhaps deal with that very briefly. Is it right that the Endama Ravine Declaration was essentially a political statement by Ruto, Mr. Ruto, whereby he was saying, I'm going to put myself forward as a presidential candidate in the forthcoming election? Is that right?
Oui.
And at Endama, he also received the support of several other MPs.
Oui. Oui.
And later, and quite separate and distinct, there was also a public show whereby he was appointed, or said to be appointed as a Kalenjin elder. Is that right? Took place in Eldoret, I think in June of 2006. So both events, quite distinct events, in 2006. Do you agree?
Oui.
Yes.
And in fact, he didn't do very well in terms of the presidential nominations for ODM. Is that right? I understand he picked up from all the nominating members, which is a large number, he picked up only 368 votes, not a very large amount at all. And the outright winner was Raila Odinga, who of course then became the presidential candidate in those elections.
How many votes?
I don't know. We can get that perhaps in due course. I don't have those figures. We might have them after lunch. But is it right that the Kalenjin people thought, and many MPs thought, it was too early to vote for Ruto because they didn't want to vote for one of their own? They thought after Moi it was too early. And they instead put their support behind Raila Odinga. Is that right?
Si votre interprétation...
It's your interpretation, but it is coherent. It's acceptable.
And so the Kalenjin are voting in 2007 for Raila Odinga, and in the same way as in 2002, persuaded by William Ruto, they threw their support behind Jomo Kenyatta.
Mm-hmm.
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Uhuru.
Oh, I'm sorry, Uhuru. Yeah, Uhuru Kenyatta. Very well. In fact, in November of 2007, Raila Odinga was made a Kalenjin elder.
We don't have the witness's answer to the question.
To the last question?
Yes.
Well, it was...
Oui.
And in November 2007, Raila Odinga also went through one of these public occasions when he dressed up and was said to be an elder of the Kalenjin people. Very well.
Oui. Oui.
Now, in terms of demographic pressures, one figure that I'd ask you to confirm, to give us, you may have mentioned it, I think, in your evidence, but I'm just making sure we've got it in. In 1950, the population of Kenya was 4 million, and today it's about 40 million. And that is, I understand, is that right, first of all?
Oui.
And I understand that is the fastest population growth ever recorded anywhere. Would you agree with that?
Le taux de démographie était
In terms
important.
of demography, it is very significant. Graphics.
So going into the 2007 election, for all the various things that you've touched on in your evidence, as far as the ODM party was concerned, it's right, as you said, there were very high hopes and expectations as a result of its very youthful and positive and energetic campaign. Would you agree with that?
Oui.
Yes.
It included free secondary education as a promise. Is that right?
Oui.
Minimum social security for people, as I think you mentioned. Is that right?
Oui.
A more equitable distribution of resources. Is that
Oui.
right? A call by Raila Odinga for reversion to regionalisation, Majimbo federalism. Is that right?
Oui.
It offered a generational change as well. Is that right?
Oui.
And I suppose, like many politicians, but it placed a big emphasis, is this right, on increased employment and in particular addressing the huge problem of youth unemployment, which is just enormous in Kenya. Huge problem. Is that right?
Oui.
Yes.
And there was, obviously, particularly amongst its supporters, a belief, a credible belief, that they were going to win that election. Is that right?
Oui, les sondages.
Yes. Well, what we have to explain, given the referendum, there was a wave of confidence in this opposition which grew. And it's true that this opposition was persuaded that it was going to win. And according to the polls, progressively, they confirmed this drive. Even if, according to the polls, it did indicate that it was going to be one of the most highly challenged elections, or the results would be, on both sides, it would be very close. But despite these polls which called upon people to really be careful, ODM were persuaded nevertheless that they were going to win. They were very confident that they were going to win.
Now, I'd like to just concentrate or discuss just a very little bit the final matter I wanted to raise with you, and that's to do with the elections themselves. 27th of December, we know, Kenya goes to the polls, big turnout, and as I understand it, as we understand it, I think from what we've heard, fairly early on, by the 28th, the constituency results have come in. That is, the parliamentary or National Assembly results. Is that right? And for whatever reason, whether it was bad organisation on the part of PNU or whatever, ODM was won by a landslide as far as the Parliament was concerned. Is that right?
Alors, complexe.
It's complex to the extent that, yes, PNU directly is only going to win a few constituency, 43 ODM. Well, if you add all the different seats of the different parties, the ones under PNU, you come to a figure which is much higher. If you add to that ODM Kenya, which very quickly joined the Kibaki camp, you come to a figure, well, a situation which is more or less egalitarian. Now, here we are talking about an election which is very close, extremely close. Now, with regards to the presidential or parliamentary elections, well, both sides rigged it, and the question is who rigged it more, and who had the means to rig it the most.
Can we clarify what was meant by egalitarian in the answer? Witness, what we heard was that if you added the figure, the parliamentary results figure for ODM Kenya, which had joined Kibaki, the transcript had you saying the results became more or less egalitarian. Do you mean to say more or less equal?
Je veux dire que...
Well, what I would say is that, well, there wasn't a clear majority that came out of it, but the two camps are 50-50, let's put it like that. And with the arrival of the ODM Kenya, then Kibaki, he had a small majority.
Just going back to parliamentary seats, you're a Kenyan sitting in your home in Eldoret or in a bar in Eldoret. You're watching this on television because this was all followed, wasn't it? Keen interest by people in Kenya. You nod. And of course, we have identified Raila Odinga with ODM as the presidential candidate, and Kibaki, of course, with the PNU candidacy. Now, the PNU, in fact, vote more or less collapsed, did it not? They had about 40, how many seats, can you remember? Approximately. As opposed to...
43.
43, mais il faut expliquer.
43, but you have to explain 43 seats of members of parliament, but PNU is an alliance which is for the presidential elections, so all the parties...
Quite agree. So that's why we're taking it in stages. So we're talking about the parliamentary results that come in first. And so 43, PNU. What about ODM?
99.
89.
People in Kenya thought those elections were rigged, didn't they? Rigged by Kibaki. And I'm talking now about the presidential elections. That was the perception.
Il y a eu une perception.
Well, there was a perception which was quite common that there had been manifest rigging of it. This presidential election had been stolen. According to the polls, they're very precise. And I think you have to go back to the polls, but they indicated that about 60% of Kenyans considered that the presidential elections have been stolen. Well, the figures aren't absolutely reliable. Well, you really have to go back to the polls, but it's measured in a very precise way.
Mr. Hooper, can we get a figure for how many seats ODM Kenya have won?
99.
29.
No. ODM Kenya.
99.
99.
ODM, and then there's the sub-party, the ODM Kenya party.
The party that joined Kibaki, ODM
Oui.
Kenya.
Alors, ODM, c'est 99.
It's 99, but ODM Kenya would join the Kibaki camp, join the PNU camp. So you have to take off ODM Kenya, you have to discount that with the number of seats from PNU from La Canu, well, from all the different parties that were members of the alliance, of the PNU alliance.
It's about 16.
About-
I might finish my
Oui.
answer.
About 16.
Oui, c'est ça. Oui, c'est
there's
ça.
some other. Sorry, I think before you rest, you need to hear my question to see if you have some
Yeah.
follow-up. Not on this, but on something else.
All right.
So what we're trying to understand, witnesses, you had said that the PNU, you said that earlier, if you took the figure for PNU alone, it seemed that there was a great disparity. But I thought you said that if you added the seats won by ODM Kenya, which had joined Kibaki, one would see that in fact Kibaki's side had the preponderant number of seats. But now we're looking at a figure that shows ODM with 99 seats and PNU 43 seats. We're trying to make the math work according to your earlier thesis.
Alors, le PNU...
PNU, properly said, is the PNU. At presidential level, this is an alliance which is firstly made for the presidential elections, and it groups together 7 parties as well as other parties for the presidential elections. Now, with regards to the legislative elections, each of these 7 parties is separate, and this is where it becomes a bit complicated. Now, certain members of parliament were elected under the PNU banner, but most of the other party members of PNU presented their candidacy, and this gave a certain number of members of parliament. And so you have to discount or take away. When you look at the number of members of parliament who are in the same camp, you have to take away the members of the PNU, the KANU members, Ford People, the members of parliament from Ford Kenya, New Ford Kenya, Shirikishu, and so forth. And when you add up all that, these disparate parties, which de facto are on Kibaki's side, you see that there is a very small, very slight majority in the parliament accorded to Kibaki's camp, which, given that he was elected president, so there was a pressure to be able to convince members of parliament, and this means that ODM Kenya joined him. This was a strategy linked to the fact that ODM Kenya wanted to be alongside the person who held the executive. I don't know if I've been very clear with regards to the sort of parliamentary horse trading that was going on there.
Indeed, and that's the point. It was horse trading. It's post-election horse trading, and we're dealing with the actual election itself and perceptions. And all I want to bring out, and I think you agree, is that looking at ODM, their front-runner, Raila Odinga, looking at PNU, front-runner, Kabila, the man in the armchair watching this on the 28th of December sees a landslide going towards the Raila Odinga ODM and what appears to be a collapse on the part of PNU Kibaki. That's the perception that fuels this view at the time that it's a one-horse race on the 28th of December. 29th of December, delays in the votes coming in. This is accompanied, of course, by the comments of, for example, the European Union's election observers and the Kenyan Human Rights Commission observers and KIDOF, the other official observers, all voicing concern as to the Kibaki presidential count. That's right, isn't it? And is that right?
Pas clair du côté de
Well, it's not clear on Kibaki's side, and it's not clear on the other side as well. But if you want to go back to the idea that, yes, in the results, there was a massive degree of frustration on the part of a lot of people, and the explosions of violence which would immediately start after the results. That's based, yes, on the fact that there was a massive feeling of injustice in a lot of areas of Kenya.
Yes. Sorry, and in particular, I refer to, as I said, the European Union's election observers and the Kenyan Human Rights Commission, and many other commentators, contemporaneous with these events, expressing concern and manipulation of the Kibaki result. That's right, isn't it?
Oui,
It was known that there were problems in several different areas, but in particular on that side, yes.
And I think I can, if given just a few more minutes, conclude my questions. The overseeing body, of course, of these elections also was the Election Commission of Kenya, the ECK. It has 22 members. 19 of them were appointed by Kibaki in 2007. Is that right?
oui. Sans consulter les partis d'opposition.
Consulting the opposition parties, which should have been done, and that weakened the legitimacy of this commission. And you have the ICG report on that. It explains it in great detail.
Indeed, and very critically, of course. And Ruto, who was the president of that commission, he described 9 of those appointees as, quote, riggers, R-I-G-G-E-R-S, riggers, vote riggers. Is that right?
Ignorait qu'il avait fait cette
Didn't know that he had made this statement.
In addition, just 2 days before the election, Kibaki appointed 5 High Court judges. And that was known, of course, at the time too. Is that right?
Oui.
On the night of the election, I don't know if you heard of this, the tallying centre in Nairobi, where the votes were being counted, was broken into. A burglary or something took place, even though it was, of course, cordoned off by the police. And that again was news that came out at the time. Someone had broken into the counting house in some way, despite the police presence. Again, something you heard or know about, is that right?
Il y a eu de sérieux problèmes.
There were serious problems, yes.
And all these things conspire together. And when eventually Kibaki is taken off to a darkening garden to be sworn in as the president for the second time on the night of the 30th, would it be fair to say, using Miss Muller's words, that Kenya was on the edge of a precipice?
Oui.
The depth of that precipice, the extent of it, no one saw at the time there. We all look back now with the benefit of hindsight, don't we? But people at the time didn't realize the extent of what was about to happen. And it was a surprise and a shock, not just in Kenya, but all over. And that's right, isn't it?
Oui.
it has to be said that the way in which it was organised, well, this gave rise to a lot of mistrust, and the results, well, a lot of people considered that the official results were illegitimate, the way in which the tally was done. So when it comes to this tallying, it had a really bad effect. It gave the impression that votes had been stolen. Now, afterwards, there was a commission. Well, how did it effectively take place? There was an official commission which was organised. There were investigations that were carried out, and what came out of the work, which wanted to be as neutral and objective as possible, explained that there had been manifest rigging, and it was done on both sides. Now, the official report carried out within the framework of the post-crisis situation said you couldn't say who had actually won. We can't know. But what has to be seen is that at the time, at the end of the year, there was such a scenario at the time with regards to the tallying, that there was this feeling that, yes, there had been rigging. They'd been ripped off somehow. And in the major cities, young people who were revolting, they reacted very strongly against these results, and they judged those results, that election, to have been stolen.
And that,
Mr. Ruto, may I please, before you move on, witness in all of that. Today you had testified at the point when counsel was cross-examining you as to whether there was a change between the regime before Mr. Kibaki's and his own, and you said it's not a very simple matter, and you did say that there were some infrastructural developments under him, and that he maintained a high popularity among the population. Was that your testimony? If that was the case, would it have anything to do with the analysis or the outcome of the result, in your view?
Well, there's no doubt that the Kibaki regime did a number of things. There was economic growth, he developed infrastructure, and it's true that he organized a free primary education, and according to the polls, he, as a person, had a very high level of popularity. So, in spite of the cheating and the rigging in the elections, it is known that, in fact, this election was the closest ever in the history of Kenyan elections up until then. And that was the problem. It was a new phenomenon that it be so close and that it be so unclear. In 2002, 61% of the population voted for Kibaki. There was no question about the results. Whereas here, it was extremely close, 50-50. And that's why the whole issue of rigging was an important one, to see which side things were going to go. And that was the important role of the administration.
Leave it there and take it up.
just one more question.
Can we?
Only one more question.
And that will be the end for you. Okay.
And it's really a proposition. Simply, quite, of course, there's been another election since 2013. Right? As one understands it, there was little or no violence associated with that. Is that right?
Il y a eu très peu de violence.
Yes, very little violence. It was organized very peacefully. And the stakes involved in this very court was one of the factors contributing to the pacification of politics.
Yes. Though Miss Lynch opines that it may also be a dysfunctional factor in Kenyan politics. Isn't that right?
C'est-à-dire?
What exactly do you mean? Could you perhaps make that a bit clearer, please?
That this process will increase at least a sense, for example, of amongst a Kalenjin group of persecution, for example.
Vous parlez de ce processus.
What process are you talking about? What are you talking about?
ICC trials.
Ah oui. C'est l'avis de...
Well, that's the opinion of Madam Lynch.
Indeed.
We'll leave it there and come back.
Yes, thank you. Can I say this? I've no other questions, at least at the moment. Dr. Mapo, thank you very much for answering my questions and the courtesy you've extended to me in doing so. Thank you very much.
We will rise and come back at 2:30.
All rise for a little bit. All rise. We will obey. Please be seated.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hooper, you said you were done with your...
I am, Your Honour. Yes, thank you.
All right. Mr. Keegan-Cartwright, if you can put on record your position.
Mr. President, Your Honours, I do not intend to cross-examine the witness, and I sent an email a short while ago to explain that that is the position.
That is why I said you needed to put it on the record instead of an email.
I am obliged, Mr. President.
Thank you. But I
President, may I explain the reason why I sent the mail? I think it is already in the mail. It was just a matter of courtesy, just in case any arrangements need to be made for next witness. It was not meant to communicate by way of mail what I ought to come and say in court.
And now, where does that leave us, prosecutor? We're not discharging the witness. I have some questions. And after asking the questions, Mr. Keegan-Cartwright, you still will be free. If you feel that there are some questions arising from mine, you're welcome to follow up when I ask them. Okay.
Right.
Your Honor, in regards to this witness, it leaves us simply with the submissions in regards to the admissibility of the expert evidence and the two documents that I had initially spoken about this morning. As for the next witness, the team that's going to be examining that witness is present in court, so we'll be able to change in short time, if there is indeed some time left for that, to start out at least with the other witness.
Is the other witness around to be put on this? All right, it looks like because of the uncertainty.
We may have jumped the gun, but the team is here in court. Should the witness find his way here at some point, or should we have some time? If not, we'll be happy to start out with the witness tomorrow morning.
That's fine. We also have work to do if we're not sitting in court. So there's no time wastage involved. But I do have questions, Mr. Can. Yes?
Of course, Mr. President, I'm not intending to delay matters. Just in relation to the next witness, as it's been mentioned, we haven't received yet the VWU's assessment and recommendations regarding protective measures, and of course we'd like to see that before the witness is brought into the courtroom, and I'm grateful.
In light of the litigation on...
Indeed.
Yes, okay, usual litigation. All right, witness, I have some questions for you. Yesterday, you testified to the question of, we're talking about the Rift Valley being reserved as the White Highlands, as you put it, during colonial period. And eventually, even when independence came, there were still some issues with redistribution of land in the area. And your explanation, or rather part of your testimony, again, please correct me if I get it wrong, was about the preponderance of the redistribution resulting in Kikuyus owning quite a bit of land in that area. Now, today, in the testimony, you also said that Kikuyus also had lost land in the central region. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. During the colonial period, the Kikuyus also lost a lot of land, given that near Nairobi, a lot of land was given to white colonialists during that period. And so there was land pressure put on the Kikuyus, very strong pressure, which led them to looking for land elsewhere. They pioneered other areas, and the Rift Valley was considered very early on as a potential area where they could expand in one way or another. During the colonial period, they would go and work on the white farms, but later on it took on different forms. That's basically the answer.
Was the loss of land that the Kikuyus suffered in the central region, was it all explained by expropriation of their land and giving it to white settlers, or did it also have to do with building a capital territory, that is Nairobi?
There are a number of factors. The two elements, indeed, were true. On the one hand, the white settlers took a lot of land near Nairobi, and there was also pressure in terms of land ownership because the social stratification, the class differences became very clear very rapidly amongst the Kikuyu. The more wealthy Kikuyus, for one reason or another, grabbed land, a lot of land, so that a lot of other Kikuyus didn't have any land. So there was, on the one hand, social differentiation, the fact that the white settlers took land and that Nairobi was expanding. All of those factors led to the fact that many Kikuyus needed land, wanted land, and very early on, in fact.
What about the factor of, as I said, building capital territory, which perhaps, again, you are the expert, correct me if I get it wrong, might have involved needing land for government purposes, public parks, public buildings, where actual government need for legitimate running of the country could be explained. Did that also happen? Taking land for public use in Nairobi?
Yes, but it was not the major aspect. The major aspect that put pressure on the land ownership was that Nairobi was expanding, and therefore the value of the land near Nairobi went up, in particular for vegetable growing and other products, other farming products that could be sold rapidly in Nairobi. So the cost of land went up, and therefore the richer groups took over those areas, and many poor people ended up landless. In the history of land ownership in this area, the Mau Mau crisis also made it possible for certain social categories to grab land, and meant that a number of social categories were left out in the cold. The Kikuyus were in need of land. Their need was the most intense. And this was seen as a major political issue that the first government needed to solve very quickly.
So, as far as you know, the incidence of the state's exercise of the right of eminent domain, as it were, was minimal. Do you understand what I mean by the right of eminent domain? I can explain it.
Oui.
Yes. It was minimal in Central Province, but in the Rift Valley, yes, indeed, the state played a very important role. The land ownership system, the state-owned land system, if you will, existed first of all in the Rift Valley, and not at all, virtually not at all, in the rest of the country, just a wee bit in the coastal province. of course, there were public lands elsewhere, but it didn't have a major influence on the population. It really played an important role in the Rift Valley because the state controlled a lot of territory. The settlement schemes developed because of the relationship between the occupants of the land and the state, the direct relationship, and that's why the land became a political issue. And in a period with multiple parties, you go to the state, and there were, during electoral periods, this was a very sensitive issue.
What I mean is, by eminent domain, is there's this notion in international law in particular, that the sovereign is entitled to expropriate land or property for public use, and ideally for public use, not to give to friends and family, but for public use. Ideally, if there should be compensation, but if the state cannot pay compensation, then everybody should chip in and bear the burdens of, living together. We're all in it together, as it were. Whether that might have had any role to play in the sense that Kikuyus being dispossessed of their land in the center for public purposes, therefore state said, well, we have to, these are Kenyans as well, we have to find them land somewhere. Now, it's in the Rift Valley. Was that it, or are you saying it had very little to do with it?
J'ai du mal à répondre.
It's difficult for me to answer that question because I don't think that the reasoning, if you will, was in those legal terms. In the Rift Valley, the idea was more national citizenship. We have to find land for people who don't have land. And there wasn't this idea of eminent domain. It was a political issue. In the idea of national citizenship, we must find land for all of those people who are landless in the country. It's part of the social contract that was set up at independence. And therefore, everyone should benefit from such a policy. That was the reasoning. That was the political discourse. But over and beyond that, there was a concept which was unequal, if you will, in terms of land distribution. The fact is, land was distributed unequally. Officially, that was not the case.
That is all. Thank you very much.
Mr. Witness, just one question. You said that the land issue became part of campaign before 2007 elections. I suppose that political parties, when referring to this issue, came with promise to solve this issue by legal tools, I mean by some amendment of legislation. But have you also observed any hidden or maybe even public tendencies to indicate that there are also some alternative measures how to achieve this goal? I mean, some indication that even violence could be used in order to achieve this goal. By some political parties or by some political leaders.
Well, in 2007, ODM was very careful to be reassuring in their discourse. The PNU had been threatening the risk of ethnic cleansing, in particular vis-a-vis the Kikuyu people in the Rift Valley who were going to vote for the PNU anyway. And so this led to a communication policy on the part of ODM that was very cautious. And they were saying, let's not confuse the Majimbo in the year 2000 and the Majimbo in the 90s. So they did try to reassure the various communities that lived in the Rift Valley in particular. Now, did it work? The problem is, at the very same time, everyone knew that the local officials in the entire Rift Valley were spreading hate speech and hate messages vis-a-vis the population, and so there was a dual discourse, if you will, and that fear remained. So, depending on the level, or rather, depending on the level of political communication, the message was not the same. And the risk, this fear of violence in 2007 was quite clearly present. It wasn't a surprise. It was all the more not a surprise, given that the pre-election period was very agitated. There were many people killed, in particular in regions where there had been traditional ethnic conflict in Curaçao and other regions. In Mount Elgon, it was very violent. So the situation was such that it was like it was ready to burst, if you will. And there was agitation on both sides, and it was known that violence could be used. Not that it was definitely going to be used, but that it could occur. It wasn't excluded. And that's why that electoral campaign was extremely tense, very tense.
Thank you very much.
Council, any questions arising from those put by the judges?
No, thanks, Your Honour.
None on that, Mr. President.
Your Honor.
We will excuse the witness and then we'll discuss your matter. Witness, thank you very much for coming to answer questions from us, and we particularly noticed that you did this under a special strain of. We heard you coughing quite a bit this morning, and we thank you very much for bearing with us. And safe journey back. You are now excused. Thank you.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're now left with the matter of, you said you wanted to make submissions as to what to send out?
Indeed, Your Honor, I'll be quite brief. This morning, I indicated that we would like to introduce several items of information, of evidence that the witness commented on and referred to into evidence. And those would be, obviously, the expert report, first point. The English transcript number is 00931308. French is 00930871. So I'll deal with those items of evidence first, and obviously afterwards I'm also going to be making submissions on the admission of two documents that I already indicated this morning earlier on. I'll give the ERN numbers later on. So first and foremost, in regards to the evidence expert report of the witness, I'm guided obviously by the Chamber's decision, decision 844 at paragraph 14, where the Chamber indicated already to the participants the criterias which it felt were necessary in determining the admissibility of the expert report. And basically the Chamber relies upon a decision in Lubanga, decision 1399, and the criterias are quite simple. It's a question of relevance, the question of probative value afterwards of the document, and third and finally, the most important question is the question of whether the prejudice would override the probative value of these documents. Our submissions, Your Honor, is that this expert report is highly relevant to the issues at hand. First, the first question that one should ask itself is obviously if this report has been is important or instrumental for the Chamber in understanding the evidence that has been given and evidence that will be given in the future. We submit that that's the case. The expert report has been referred to by the witness during his testimony. It deals with 12 questions that are highly relevant. 6 of them deal with the PNU and the ODM. I'm not going to go through every individual question, obviously. The questions that were addressed in the expert report were the PNU, its roots, how was the voting for the PNU during the elections, if it was cut on ethnic lines. For the ODM, the same questions were put to the witness. Other questions that are highly relevant for this issue and for the case are the root causes of the post-election violence. Now, that was question number 1 in the expert report. The witness, obviously, as an expert, as he has been deemed by the Chamber, gave highly relevant information as to what he determined and what other experts had cited as the possible root causes. The final questions of the expert report deal with, obviously, the ethnic tension and how the voting was done under ethnic divisions, ethnic lines, and most importantly, the last 2 questions, questions 10 and 11, which dealt with, obviously, how the violence in the Rift Valley differentiated or distinguished itself from the violence elsewhere in Kenya during the post-election violence, which once again is highly relevant information. And finally, if this cyclical violence had occurred in the past and the reasons why. So the witness has been with us for approximately 2 days, and he's given evidence on all of these topics. And actually, on this point, the expert report and his testimony in certain cases are inseparable. The witness has either been referred to the expert report for clarifications on certain things that he would have, certain allegations, statements that he makes in the expert report. I've examined him on those specific subjects, and during the cross-examination of Mr. Hooper, obviously, he's also referred to certain allegations. So already, even in this case, in the first criteria of relevance, the report and the testimony of the witness are inseparable, indissociable in certain regards. So that's a criteria that the Chamber must take into consideration. I don't think that the relevance will be in dispute, but those are my submissions regarding the relevance. Now, there's obviously the question of the probative value. Some of what I've stated for the relevance obviously applies in that regard, but even more importantly, when you look at the expert report, and I went through with it with the expert, one can see that these are not simply conclusions or unsubstantiated allegations that the witness has made. In response to the 12 questions, the witness has provided for each question the citations or the sources which he feels were the most relevant for each question. And also he's provided a lengthy bibliography. I've questioned him on certain of those sources to see exactly what the reliability of these sources was. For example, I questioned him on the articles of Gabriel Lynch, amongst others. And I understand that as well Mr. Hooper, during his questioning, also referred to documents or authors that were in the bibliography to test, obviously, the reliability of what the witness was saying in regards to certain, in regards to Moy, in regards to the elections in 1992, elections in 1997, elections in 2002, and finally the elections in 2007. So all of these elements, all of this information that the expert has provided is extremely relevant. In fact, it's always been the prosecution's pleading and submissions that what happened in the past 1992 and in the previous elections is highly relevant in understanding what happened in 2007. So the expert has explained that to us. It's obvious from the way he's expressed himself that some of the conclusions that which he arrived on are conclusions that derive from his own research, and other conclusions are those that he's derived from his understanding and his reading of academic material and articles. I understand that at one point defense counsel mentioned that this might be an issue in regards to admissibility. Our submissions is that this only goes to weight and not to the admissibility. The final criteria that the Chamber has indicated for the expert report in its paragraph 14 is the question of whether the probative value of the expert report is whether there's obviously a probative value and what prejudice there may be. In my opinion, my humble opinion, the most important factor in this regard is that nowhere, whether it be in the testimony of the expert or in his expert report, is there any indication or any information or evidence that goes to the acts and conducts of the accused, either of the accused, in regards to the charges that are put to them. The expert witness has been quite careful in his report to simply give information as to, and even obviously when he's asked questions as to who are the people involved, he gives out simply descriptions as in opinion leaders, Kalenjin youth. He's never mentioned any type of evidence or any type of conclusion as to the criminal responsibility of either of the accused or anyone in the network that the prosecution would have mentioned in its pretrial brief. So that's an important consideration. There is nothing that could be prejudicial to the accused in terms of a fair trial. As for the probative value, Your Honor, I've already indicated that the relevance, the document, the expert report, is highly relevant. It explains in detail, indicating the sources.
I thought that was the criterion of probative value. When I noticed that whenever you were addressing the criterion of probative value, you also start talking about relevance.
For probative value, Your Honor, I think that the factor which is the most important is the fact that obviously all the sources, the bibliography is indicated. If the defense wants to challenge or needed to challenge the witness on any of the material or any of the conclusions that he arrives on, the sources were readily available. So that's the most important factor for the reliability of the expert report. One last thing that I'd like to mention in regards to the expert report, probably one of the most important things, is that according to the conduct of proceedings decisions of the Chamber, decision 844, if my memory serves you well, paragraph 26, if we wish to introduce an item of evidence through a witness, there has to be a connection between the testimony of the witness and the document. In this case, obviously, the witness has referred to it on many occasions, and questions have been led using the expert report. So those are basically my submissions in regard to the expert report. One last thing I wanted to say in that regard is, just to sum up, is that I don't see why, for any valid reason, that the Chamber should be deprived of all the information that we do find in the expert report, because obviously the expert witness has given us the information which he found the most important while testifying, but there is a more in-depth study on certain points that is in the expert report. The Chamber is here for determining the truth in the matter, and I think that it can rely on the rest of his evidence in light of the fact that he is an expert witness in the matter.
Ms. Hooper? On the report. Mr. Garcia has not yet spoken to the two other documents he had in mind. He had broached earlier. Now we're dealing just with the report.
Our position is to really tread with some care. There's no ICC jurisprudence that's of very much assistance to the Chamber. This is a matter, this area of expertise, expert reports, that hasn't received much, barely any attention from any chamber. And so the consequence of that is that the parties, particularly the defence, are unclear as to the parameters within which a report, for example, such as this, once admitted, the parameters within which the contents of that report could subsequently be used or employed. We're also aware that we're dealing with what I submitted, in fact, at the outset on Monday was a unique area of evidence, unique in the sense of being unique to these kinds of courts. ICTY, ICTR, of course, are familiar with reports that go to the backgrounds of the case, the history of the genocide in Rwanda, for example, and its previous colonial history from Alison Deforge, Ratians and the others is well known. And to a lesser extent also at the Yugoslav Tribunal. There are experts who spoke in some general terms about, though generally about more specific subjects such as lines of command and political and military structures. Particularly in terms of what I'd call the quasi-historical reports or experts, these are not expert reports in the sense that we would be familiar with in our own domestic jurisdictions in any way. There, of course, one would tend to have particular subjects addressed of a technical nature. The person who'd come to court to help on a whole diverse range of issues, whether it might be a metal fatigue in a plane or perhaps a physiological evidence emanating from a radiologist, for example, as to whether child injuries were deliberate or not, DNA evidence, a whole range of material such as that comes within an area where basic facts are established upon which the expert assists the court by presenting his opinion, often on a fairly discrete area. And that opinion is generally, I'd say, science-based, and therefore subject to peer review. And that, I submit, can be distinguished from the generality of the kind of historical expertise that a witness such as Dr. Maupur demonstrates, where he's expressing an opinion, in this case, based upon the opinions of others. And that's the trail that gives rise to some difficulties. Now, coming to this report, there's no automatic admission of this kind of report in our submission. Certainly that would reflect the jurisprudence of the tribunals and would be consistent with the discretion in respect of evidence that obviously arises in Article 64 and Article 69. The report, therefore, would not be admitted automatically, and so there must be parameters that it must satisfy in order to be admitted. And one of the first questions that we're concerned with, and perhaps the principal question, is this: for what purpose is the prosecution seeking the admission of this report? Is it to be viewed as containing additional evidence to be relied on in the course of Your Honour's considerations later? Is it, as it were, supplemental to the evidence that's being given? Now, as far as the evidence that's being given, we know that this is a court that has exercised the principle of orality in having witnesses testify, and this witness is really no exception to that. Now, he's been giving evidence not for 2, but really for 3 days. The prosecution have their report, which is a guide to them and informative to us of the parameters of the witness's potential evidence, the prosecution have had every opportunity to extract from the witness all the salient aspects that they seek to rely upon and adduce. And in doing that, they put the defence on notice of those areas that the defence have to address. Now, what therefore is left? Not all the matters in the report have been adduced necessarily by the prosecution, and consequently and naturally, not all the points in the report have been addressed by the defence, and nor should they be expected to respond to matters which have not been laid before the court directly through the oral evidence. So we would submit that if this report is admitted, then it should be, if admitted at all, be admitted within reasonable parameters, admitted indeed in order perhaps solely to illustrate the reliance that is placed by the witness in coming to certain opinions on the opinions of others. In other words, as a reflection of his methodology. What we strongly submit is that parts of the report that have not been laid before the court could not become substantive evidence in this case. So those are my submissions in respect of that report.
What did you say happens in national jurisdictions as regards admissibility or admission of expert witnesses' reports?
Well, first of all, what I submit is that I can think of no case that's ever come before a court in my jurisdiction where this kind of report, this kind of evidence is given, of this kind of generality.
Not of this kind. I'm talking about where an expert of any sort has been called. What happens to the report by way of
well,
admissibility?
The report wouldn't be admitted. Not in a criminal case. The report obviously goes into the filing bundle in terms of a civil proceeding, but in terms of a criminal case, it wouldn't. That's a reflection, in part, obviously, of the nature of the system. You wouldn't be providing juries, for example, with that kind of report. And what I submit would obviously be the case, and that is that the evidence, the oral evidence, is the evidence that matters, what's given in court. And the expert can express his opinion, and the expert can demonstrate the facts upon which that opinion is based. But one of the difficulties here is that there are facts that may be relied upon by the expert, as we explored this morning, that are untrue. They cannot be viewed as facts in the case at all, and they don't come into the case as facts that have now been proved because they've been referred to perhaps by an expert, or even more the case, facts that have been relied upon by someone else to express an opinion upon which this expert has gleaned a summary. And you may recall almost the opening words of this expert's testimony when he said, as far as this report is concerned, and I haven't got the direct quote, well, I have got it in my papers if you want it, you may recall it, he said, "This report is not my view of the violence, but the view of others." And you may remember that this is not an expert who's done any primary research even to rely upon. So there's no facts that he attests to in the course of this report that are primary, not even secondary. What one has here, in effect, from time to time, and this is our concern, is a tertiary hearsay of complaints made, perhaps to tribunals, to NGOs, unsourced in the reports that he's read, whether they're by a Gabriel Lynch or by a Moeller or Klopp or whoever.
I'm merely trying to establish what's done in other places. So I've asked you the question about national jurisdictions. You've answered it. We have an opinion on that. But what about in the other tribunals, at the ad hoc tribunals? You had mentioned reports there, including Alison Desforges and others. What happens there as well?
I must say, in terms of my knowledge, from direct experience, rather limited, and probably far less than the Chambers. But the principle, as I understand it, remains the same, and that is that which is adduced as opinion, founded on proven facts, is, of course, evidence in the case. But matters that are not expressly accepted, which lie somewhere within perhaps a long report, can't be used, surely and logically, as substantive evidence in the case later, to find their way into a prosecution closing brief without further ado. That wouldn't be a right process to allow. And in particular, when you have this kind of wide-ranging, opinion-centred material, which we've been dealing with in this case. So we're dealing, as I come back to the beginning, to a very special and exceptional form of expert evidence, wide-ranging, not specific, not rooted in specific facts, and very subjective, and for those reasons requiring, in our submission, a very cautious approach. And the best cautious approach is to rely solely on the evidence that's given orally. The prosecution have every opportunity in this case to extract all they wished to do to obtain from this particular witness. It's not like, for example, the ICTY, where the statement can go in as a preliminary document and then cross-examination takes place under Article 92, 94. In this case, the prosecution have had their time with the witness. What is it that the prosecution want this report to do that they haven't got their expert to do? There's our concern. It's unstated, isn't it? And we're right to be suspicious about it.
So it's all right. Mr. Kikinkatwa?
With your permission, Your Honours, my colleague Caroline will take up the objection.
Ms. Bestman, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Your Honours. On behalf of the Sang defense, we also object to the admission of this report. We see in particular no added value to admitting this report. We've heard from this expert for 3 days, and any relevant parts of the report will have been addressed either by the prosecution or by ourselves or by you, the judges. Any other parts in this report are basically opinions, untested opinions, based on other untested opinions. And we know from this witness himself that his expertise in relation to the Kalenjin culture and the Kalenjin customs is only based on what other people have said about it. He has no personal information about it. That's what he said himself. So in that sense, to the extent that this has been tested, we have no objection, but to admit the report in addition to that would be a problem. So in the sense of relevance, if we go through the three criteria, relevance, we see no relevance because, as I said, you've heard from this expert, and anything that anyone wanted to ask, this was the time. And we cannot now read anything that wasn't addressed and assume that this is as it is, as a matter of fact. In terms of probative value, we have particular difficulties because this expert has relied on various reports from Human Rights Watch, from the Kenyan National Commission for Human Rights, also the Human Rights Commission in Kenya, and International Crisis Group, and so on and so forth. And these are all documents that are still pending. They are subject to a pending application of the prosecution to admit bar table evidence, and that's 1121. We've already given our comments, as well as the Ruto defense, in the Annex A to that application. And the Sang defense, we also submitted a response on the 24th of December 2013, and that is number 1130. So I won't dwell on all the arguments we set out there. But there are particular problems with these reports because these reports, again, rely on other opinions as well as anonymous witnesses. And these anonymous witnesses we cannot test at all. And so not only do we have a report that relies on hearsay to the fourth degree sometimes, because it's opinion based on anonymous witnesses or other opinions based on anonymous witnesses that cannot be tested. Mr. President, in the Katanga case, these were factors that weighed very heavily against admission of reports, and on that basis, the further remote the hearsay evidence was, the less likely the chamber was willing to admit it, and the same for anonymity. Anonymity makes it even more difficult for a chamber to accept its reliability. And I can go through all the jurisprudence, but you can also find it in our bar table motion as paragraph 22.
What was done in Katanga? You mentioned Katanga.
This was a bar table submission, and we admit this.
Not expert witness report.
No, Mr. President, but my argument is that the extent to which his opinion has not been tested here in court with you today or yesterday, the day before, it is like submitting it through the bar. So the same criteria in terms of testing the reliability, which is very linked to probative value, are also applicable to an expert opinion when it's not tested in court before you, Your Honors. So in that sense, I submit it's relevant. And it's not just the Katanga and Nkujolo trial chamber that has looked at all bar table documents and quite a number of United Nations documents as well as Human Rights Watch documents were not admitted on that basis. It's also, I can go through it, but I'm not sure that I want to waste your time. But it's because also in the ICTY and in the ICTR, similar opinions have been expressed. And maybe I'll just give you the reference to our filing, which is 1130, starting at paragraph 22, going on to at least paragraph 32. And in particular, like paragraph 30, where we cite the Katanga chamber saying that information, when it's twice or further removed from its source, that's a factor weighing against admissibility. And we also have the International Court of Justice that did not want to admit MONUC reports because of its second-hand hearsay in it. And in particular, when I say it's when it's anonymous sources. In addition, and this is something we've also highlighted in the annex attached to the prosecution application, we have particular difficulties with some of these anonymous sources because it's our submission that some of them are concocted. This is something I can dwell on, or I can leave it there. And again, I can just refer to our filings. So we have a problem with the probative value of this particular document. We already said it's not relevant. And prejudice, whilst we concede there is no direct problem, at least to Mr. Sang and to Mr. Ruto, but there are theories about organization of violence, about patterns of violence, and all of this is, of course, relevant because otherwise, or at least that's why the prosecution has brought him in. So it is prejudicial to the defense, and especially when this has not been tested properly. So on that basis, we request the Chamber to not admit this report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Garcia, reply, and keep in mind the matter raised, well, there's a lot raised by the opposing counsel, but one matter I need you to address would be the question, what else in the report? Why else do you want the report admitted? Mr. Rupa said they're quite suspicious of the use to be made of it beyond what the witness had already testified to. Can you speak to that and the rest of the matters raised or the objections raised?
Certainly, Your Honor. Just to start, obviously, this is the first time that the defense counsel objects itself to the matters that are included in the report. And what the detail is that the report, obviously, the witness explains the themes, the questions that have been asked of him, and the answers in much more in depth. That's obviously the primary answer to the question of the court. When the witness comes here and testifies, obviously the questions that have been put to him are the ones which we feel were the most relevant and cover all of the questions that he dealt with in his expert report. But it's obvious that the expert report, the witness had more time to explain his answers and explain exactly why he arrived at certain conclusions. And my basic submission is I don't understand, or what is the valid reason that's being put forth by the defense to deprive, that we should be depriving the chamber, professional judges, of evidence or information which is highly relevant and which can explain the post-election violence and the events that occurred prior to that. The chamber has asked Mr. Hooper and to a certain degree Ms. Bausman as to what is the practice in other chambers, in other jurisdictions. I can say that in our case, in the Canadian jurisprudence normally and in Canadian courts, when an expert witness comes and testifies, usually the expert report will come in with his testimony, and it'll be a question afterwards for the chamber to determine what is the weight to be given to the expert report. But it's obvious that the expert witness testifying will not go into the all the details that he's enumerated in his expert report, because most of the time, as Mr. Hooper has indicated to us, expert reports in a criminal trial in a national jurisdiction will hinge on opinion evidence, on scientific methods and sources. In this case, we have a witness that is very similar to the type of witness that we had in the case that the prosecution had in the case and proposed in the case Nahimana of the ICTR. This was a historical witness. The chamber, in the end, accepted the testimony and the expert report of Alison Deforge. And obviously, I'm looking at the judgment in the appeals chamber of 28th of November 2007. This is a decision that was cited the defense counsel for Mr. Sang. And obviously, so I can see in that the practice has been at the ICTY also to include and admit expert reports so that when the witness is obviously testifying, he can testify or she can testify to the conclusions that are the most important. And then afterwards, obviously, the chamber has all the sources and all the background, the method, or the information that the expert witness relied upon. The most basic factor and the most basic principle that protects the defense in this case is that they have all this information beforehand. So when the expert witness is testified already in chief, defense counsel can, as has been done by Mr. Hooper in this case, Mr. Sang's counsel chose not to prevail himself of that right, but can cross-examine the witness as to all the sources that are indicated in the expert report. And that's why in decisions such as Popovich of the ICTY, the trial chamber, the chamber and the appeals chamber in that case has rehearsed and reiterated that there are certain criterias in determining whether an expert report should be admitted or not. It's not something that's outstanding or exceptional. Quite the contrary. It's normal, and very much normal in cases where you have an expert witness. You don't necessarily have him testify in every one of the background material or sources. If not, the testimony will be endless. What's important is his conclusion. And I refer the Chamber to, and the parties participants, to a decision of the 30th of January 2008 in the decision of Popovich and Al, and that would be page 11 of that decision, paragraph 21, and it states, as properly pointed out...
Do you have a copy for us? For the Chamber?
I do have one copy, Your Honor, but I can state the principle, and I'm sure that Mr. Hooper is well aware of this decision.
Can you read
Certainly.
the passage?
The decision, it's paragraph 21, as properly pointed out by the trial chamber, Rule 94 bis of the rules does not provide specific guidelines on the admissibility of testimony given by expert witnesses or criteria for the admission of their report. Trial chambers have established the following requirements for the admissibility of expert statements or reports. 1, the proposed witness is classified as an expert. I submit we've already had that debate in this court, and the Chamber has already made a finding in that regard.
Excuse me, this goes to general expertise, the criterion for expertise, this decision.
I've just actually read out, and it's our criteria for the admission of their report. So that's quite explicit in the decision. First is the proposed witness is classified as an expert. Second, the expert statements or reports meet the minimum standards of reliability. Once again, I pled to that in my submissions. 3, the expert statements or reports are relevant and of probative value. Once again, we've submitted on that, quite similar to the Lubanga decision. And 4, the content of the expert statements or reports fall within the accepted expertise of the expert witness. So these have been essentially the submissions that I covered when dealing with the Lubanga decision, which is very similar in nature. Lubanga decision speaks about relevance, probative value, and obviously the last factor, which is probative value and prejudice. So once again, when a defense counsel states that this is outstanding and exceptional, that simply is quite not true when you look at the jurisprudence that I've just cited for the Chamber.
All right. In response to my question, there are two matters there. Are you saying that you are tendering the report so that it may be relied upon at large? Or are you saying you are tendering the report so that the aspects of the testimony of the witness, for which we find the corresponding elements in the report, we're then better able to see that aspect of the testimony, or those aspects of the testimony in their greater depth, as opposed to even using the report for other purposes than the testimony we heard from the witness?
Your Honor, I'm tendering the report substantively, and obviously the Chamber can also rely on it to determine what the witness has stated and to verify that. In my analysis of the jurisprudence before the ICTY, there has not been a distinction in that regard. There's been distinction in that regard when it comes to underlying source material and sources, bibliography, etc., but not for the expert report. I have not seen anywhere in the jurisprudence, and I can be corrected by defense counsel if need be, where that is explicitly stated. An expert report is the witness's account or explanation of his conclusions in depth, and I don't see why we would deprive a chamber of professional judges of that information. The defense had ample opportunity to cross-examine on all of the elements that are in the expert report. They chose to concentrate on certain elements.
All right. You're done with the submissions then?
In regards to the expert report, yes, Your Honor.
The Chamber will admit the report, so it will be marked as the next in the prosecution exhibit.
Thank you, Mr. President. The expert report CAN OTP 00930871 will bear the following number: EVD T OTP 00043, and will also be referenced as prosecution exhibit number 43. The English translation of the expert report, CAN OTP 00931308, will bear the following number: EVD T OTP 00044, and will also be known as prosecution exhibit number 44.
Thank you. Your next items?
Two items, Your Honor, and their documents. It's the article from Gabrielle Lynch, CAN OTP 00460014, quoting the Kalenjin. It's an article that was referred to during the examination in chief and during the cross-examination by Mr. Hooper.
What is the tab again?
It's tab 7, Your Honor, I believe.
Please proceed. Yes, it is at tab 7.
And obviously the document of, there's an article of Jacqueline Klopp, and that's Ethnic Clashes and Winning Elections, the case of Kenya's electoral despotism, and that's CAN OTP 00880672, and I believe that's tab 6. Now I'm going to be dealing with both those documents together in one submission, because I believe obviously that the same principles apply for both documents. Now, once again, Your Honor, Your Honors, first of all, the connection with the witness in these documents, the conduct of proceedings decisions of the Chamber. The first step is obviously to demonstrate that there's a connection between the testimony, and that's paragraph 27 of the paragraph 26 of the decision 847. There's a link between the, or a connection between the testimony of the witness and these documents. The witness referred to these documents on various occasions. They're referred to substantially in the expert report as well. I've noticed that Mr. Hooper in his cross-examination came back on the article of Gabrielle Lynch on various occasions, seeking clarifications and additional information in regards to what Mr. Mopu had stated in his examination in chief. So we feel that hurdle obviously is that criteria is satisfied. Now there's the whole question of obviously what are the criteria that we should consider in determining whether these articles, underlying information, should be admitted. Our submission, Your Honor, is that these articles should be submitted for the truth of their content, and not simply to demonstrate that when the witness was testifying on the subjects that were touched upon by these authors, that and to obviously provide the Chamber with background information with which it could use to assess the credibility of the witness on that matter. Now, I understand that Defense Counsel gave me a heads up on the fact that he will be using a jurisprudence from the ICTY, and that's the decision in Karadzik, a decision from July 2010 from Trial Chamber and ICTY regarding the limited usage of underlying information or underlying material. And I think that the point at which Defense Counsel will be arriving is that in paragraph 7, paragraph 10 actually, the Trial Chamber seems to indicate that.
Before you address that, just so I'm sure I heard you well, did you say you were seeking the admission of these two documents for the truth of their content?
That's correct, Your Honor, yes.
Proceed.
Now, Your Honor, the ICTY decision, paragraph 10 of that decision, I'm sure Mr. Hooper will be getting into that in more depth, seems to indicate, and I'm not sure if there's unanimity in the ICTY in this regard, that underlying material, if at all, should be admitted simply for the fact of supplying or providing the Chamber with the underlying information on which the expert witness has testified on or made his conclusions so that the chamber participants, parties can challenge the reliability of the expert witness's testimony. My submissions, Your Honor, in this regard is that we don't, obviously the trial chamber at the ICC is not bound by this decision, and that the trial chamber should once again refer itself to the decision in Lubanga, which we believe is a binding, it's not binding, but it is a precedent that the chamber has already referred to in its last decision, paragraph 14 in the preliminary decision regarding the expert witness, and that the criterias that should be determined or used by the chamber in determining whether these two documents are admissible are the same ones that obviously I spoke about when I was speaking about the expert report. The question of the relevance of these documents, the question of the probative value, and the question of the weight of the probative value versus the prejudice. There's no reason in our submissions to depart from this decision. It's a decision which is encompassing, and actually when you read the decision 1399 in Lubanga, paragraph 26 clearly indicates that when the admissibility of evidence other than direct oral testimony is challenged, the approach should be as followed. And obviously they rehearse the test that I've just spoken about, the relevance, probative value, and the weight, the fact of whether the prejudice outweighs the probative value. So our submission is that there's no need to depart from that. And in this case, we've selected two documents. There are two articles that we've selected amongst the numerous articles that are referred to by Mr. Mopur, either during his testimony in chief or in his expert testimony. Now, we were very precise in selecting these two documents because Mr. Mopur obviously was able to comment on the reliability of these. And that's why at a certain point in time during the examination in chief of Mr. Mopur, I asked him questions regarding both Ms. Gabriel Lynch and Ms. Jacqueline Clopeau. And actually, when the witness explained the importance of Gabriel Lynch, and that's at transcript 89, page 12, he speaks about the fact that it's one of the best articles regarding the 2007 elections. And he also speaks very highly of Ms. Gabriel Lynch as someone who knows about, obviously has an extensive knowledge in regards to Kalenjin politics. So that's quite relevant for the question of the reliability of these articles. Actually, also when questions were put to the witness, Mr. Mopur, regarding Jacqueline Klopp, the witness also confirmed that this was an author who was renowned in regards to her knowledge, her extensive knowledge in Kalenjin politics. So those are the two things that the witness had to say regarding these two people. And he also obviously made comments regarding the sources and the reliability of these sources. In both cases, when I questioned Mr. Ruto in this regard, he gave a certain description to the chamber as to what the sources were used by either of these authors who are recognized as being experts in these matters, and high consideration for them that the witness had. So that information basically goes to the reliability of these articles. As for the relevance, you have the document, the article of Gabriel Lynch courting the Kalenjin. And this document, this article actually, touches upon, I'm going to let the chamber obviously retrieve that document. It's Courting the Kalenjin by Gabriel Lynch. Now, it's highly relevant because obviously one of the indicators of its relevancy is that Mr. Mopur, our expert witness in this case, refers to Ms. Gabriel Lynch on many occasions, obviously explaining and citing the fact that she is an expert in the matter. Ms. Gabriel Lynch in that article deals with the election campaigns in 2007. She deals with the voting patterns. The brief political history of Mr. Ruto explains the Eldama Ravine Declaration. Also speaks about the post-election violence, the aftermath, the contested elections. Also speaks about Moy's entrance into power, the fact of how he was in Kanu, obviously, what happened afterwards, etc., and explains the attacks on the Kikuyu communities. So Mr. Mopua has obviously been able to give us a bit of information that he's obtained from Gabriel Lynch in his testimony, in his report. But here the Chamber has the primary source, and I understand there's much of concern on the part of Defense Counsel, especially Defense Counsel for Mr. Sang, on the reliability of the information. We have here the article of Ms. Gabriel Lynch, and I don't see why we should be depriving the Chamber of this information in regards to elements and evidence which are highly relevant to this case. Mr. Moy, Mr. Ruto's political career, and all other elements which are concerned with the post-election violence. In regards to the prejudice or potential prejudice of admitting either one of these articles, actually the first one, this one regarding Gabriel Lynch, once again, I've looked over the article, and Ms. Gabriel Lynch doesn't go into the acts or conduct of the accused, doesn't pronounce herself on the criminal responsibility of the accused in regards to the charges that are before this Chamber, doesn't speak about any of the members of the network. And that's one of the reasons, Your Honor, that prosecution selected these two articles. They don't necessarily go into, they don't deal with these matters, which we would feel would be unacceptable, and we would have asked to have these tendered. That's why specifically we've asked for this article to be admitted into evidence along with the report. Then obviously you have the article of Jacqueline Klopp, and her article is an article that was published, what I see is 2007. Her main area of expertise is what Mr. Mopua was speaking about yesterday and today on different occasions, is this whole ethnic cleansing going on from the 1991 to 1993, which is actually quite relevant. There's been many questions that were posed to Mr. Mopua in that regard. Mr. Mopua, I think at one point even referred to his expert report on the fact that he had cited information in that regard. So once again, for Defense Counsel, this is information from where Mr. Mopua obtained his conclusion or arrived at his conclusions. Ms. Klopp, Jacqueline Klopp, deals with the 1991-1993 elections. She deals with the ethnic clashes during that period. She also deals with the usage of the term Madoa-Doa. There's been evidence in this regard in this case already. I refer to the Chamber. She's also dealt with the electoral despotism that Mr. Mopua spoke about, Majimboism that she's dealt with, which is also a subject matter that has garnered a lot of attention during these proceedings. There were questions by the Chamber on that, lengthy questions by the defense, prosecution as well, has endeavored to find out more about Majimboism through the years. Ms. Klopp has done a certain investigation. She cites her sources, her bibliography. This could be of aid to the Chamber in determining the truth in this case, or at the very least, having at its disposal information, specialized knowledge, which could help it assess evidence that has already come into the file or evidence that is yet to come. So for both of these issues, as for both of these articles, even for the one of Ms. Jacqueline Klopp, once again, she does not, it's an article obviously from 2001, so she does not deal with the criminal responsibility of any of the accused that are charged here before the court or any of the members of the network. She deals with the Moy regime and everything preceding 2001. For those reasons, Your Honor, for the highly relevant nature of these articles, for the fact that there is no prejudice at all to the defense to a fair trial in admitting these articles, and also in light of the fact that they're highly relevant, I submit that both these articles should be admitted by the Chamber for the truth of their contents. Prosecution is well aware that it's sitting before a chamber of professional judges. If there's any information in these articles that the defense objects to, it's obvious that the Chamber can simply put them aside and not consider them for any ultimate decision in this case. Those are my submissions for the two articles, Your Honor.
Mr. Huber?
Well, trial by bibliography is an unusual proposition to hear come from a prosecutor. I can't think of any case where subsidiary source articles of this kind have been admitted in any case, and I don't know if the prosecution can. but I, for my part, can't think of a case where any court has gone that far, nor would it, or should it do so. It would be a breach of the Article 67 rights to confront witnesses. The prosecution, I understand, contacted Miss Gabrielle Lynch. We had a Rule 77 disclosure relating to a meeting, at least between the OTP and her. Have they called her? Have they chosen to call her? Am I, in fact, not cross-examining Mr. Mauper, but also Gabrielle Lynch and Miss Klopp and the various people who appeared, or the various committees and crisis groups and what have we that have been referred to. Now, originally, we got a list of documents that the prosecution, I understand, wanted to seek to exhibit, which were numbered 10 and included at least 6, as Ms. Bisman has already mentioned, that appear on the bar table motion. Now we're down to 2. We're down to the Miss Lynch article, paper, and the Miss Klopp paper. Surprisingly, the prosecution want to adduce these for the truth of their content. Just pause there. What does that mean? Both of these papers are about 25, 30 pages long, replete with footnotes and references of various sorts and quality. 40, perhaps 50 pages between them, the two articles. So are all the statements of fact contained in those articles written by people that we've never set eyes on, never appeared before the court, are they going to be now admitted at the prosecution's request for the truth of their content? How would any accused, in fact, be in a position to address that kind of situation? Why not put in Miss Gabrielle Lynch's book? Where does it stop? So there are, we can tell, our reactions are the same. There must be some kind of restraint. If we look at the, can I take the Klopp article first? In fact, in the course of Mr. Mauper's written report, that is referred to just once. And it's referred to in the context of ethnic despotism. In her own article, she states that while this has yet to be systematically explored, a number of scholars have drawn attention to this thesis, political science theory. And she also makes reference herself to page 475 to quote the lack of careful local level studies of this violence.
Mr. Hooper, watch the clock,
certainly,
so you can yield some time
certainly
to your colleagues to also put
certainly. In respect of Gabrielle Lynch's article, again, it's a long and substantial article, and certainly neither Mr. Mauper has referred to it, nor has the defence. And there are matters here that would be potentially in breach of the restrictions of the parameters of evidence, and matters here that are plainly wrong. So, for example, of Ruto at one point it states he became the Treasurer of Youth for Cano 92. No, he didn't. He was never Treasurer of Cano 92. Take that as an example. Are we meant to now accept this as a statement of truth, unproven, unstated by the witness? And we also come back to the matters that were raised and touched upon in respect of this kind of material by Ms. Busman. And that relates, of course, to the general kind of material that we're dealing with and where the prejudice, in fact, would naturally arise. And that is, apart from the fact that the defence, the accused, cannot confront his accuser if there are facts of accusation, and one assumes that the only probative value that these have are probative values in terms of the charges against the accused. Otherwise, there's no probative value. And the defence would be deprived of an opportunity of confronting either Gabriel Lynch or Ms. Klopp in respect of concepts, in respect of opinions which are based on material which is uncertain or unsourced, generally and commonly unsourced. The decision of the prosecutor's bar table motions in the Katanga case, decision 2635, considered, for example, and I just take it briefly as an example, the prosecution's request in that case to have reports by United Nations agencies admitted. The court had no difficulty in terms of the genuineness and authenticity issues, but it said, insofar as such reports emanate from independent observers who were direct observers of their facts being reported, the Chamber considers them to be prima facie reliable. However, if the author's identity and the sources of the information provided are not revealed with sufficient detail, the Chamber is unable to determine whether the contents of the report have been imparted by an eyewitness or some other reliable source. This all at paragraph 29. If such particulars are not available, either from the reports themselves or from their authors, the Chamber cannot assess the reliability of the content of the report. It is therefore unable to qualify these documents as sufficiently reliable to be admitted into evidence. Moreover, where such reports are based for the most part on hearsay information, especially if that information is twice or further removed from its source, the reliability of their conduct is seriously impugned. It went on to then consider reports from independent NGOs and basically applied the same or similar criteria. And throughout these reports, we have in an academic approach to issues, statements of fact, often unreferenced, upon which the conclusions are based, which have helped mould our witnesses' opinion. Now, if I can come just very briefly and finally to the case which I referred to, or which I provided my friend with, and I think the court's got a Karadzic decision. Thank you. This is a decision of 9th of July 2010, Prosecutor Radovan Karadzic before the trial chamber, decision on the prosecution's submission on the relevancy of certain documents relating to the testimony of Richard Phillips, who's the expert evidence. And it reads, paragraph 5, and just pausing there, one must recall that at the ICTY there is a particular regime which we do not have at the ICC in relation to, first of all, experts' reports, the way notice is given to the other side, time for objection, etc., etc. And secondly, we have a different regime there also in respect of reliance on pre-trial written statements being admitted into evidence. So that those are very different circumstances to the one that we're in any event. But it does state, at paragraph 5, what might be considered a general and practicable viewpoint. And it reads, is there a copy? I've provided copies for you, the judges. Expert reports generally should be complete and understandable in themselves, such there is no need to tender for admission into evidence the sources used by the expert. However, should the presenting party wish to tender certain sources used by an expert in compiling his or her report, it can apply to the Chamber for their admission, orally or in writing. Now, just pausing there, we're dealing with a very different kind of expert and very, very different kinds of source material. If you've got an expert at the ICTY who comes before the court to explain, for example, trajectory of ammunition, a military expert, he will come in and he will have the documents provided to him of the Army's use of certain caliber shells, or whatever it might be, positionings, trigonometry, positions, all primary evidence. Yes.
Mr. Hooper, that was a reminder that
yes,
we've now passed the 4 o'clock threshold. Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes, certainly. I was just saying that we're looking here at a different kind of source material. We're talking about primary material that's provided to an expert in respect of particular technical matters.
And they could be actual evidence. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, they could be actual evidence. We're not talking about opinion evidence. But even so, expert reports at paragraph 10, say the Chamber, provide the Chamber with synthesis and analysis of voluminous and often complex technical material by a suitably qualified expert, thus ensuring that the Chamber is not required to undertake the same task. As such, documents and other items that are source material are not admitted for their substantive content. Rather, the purpose of admitting source material is to enable the Chamber to verify, if necessary, the basis upon which the expert reached his or her conclusions, as well as how the relevant analysis was conducted. These documents are only therefore of assistance to the Chamber in determining the weight to be ascribed to the expert report. And in our submission, if these reports by Ms. Klopp or Ms. Lynch were to be admitted, they would and should necessarily have a great restraint exercised over them out of fairness for the accused and the fairness of the trial, and they should certainly not be admitted for their substantive content, and certainly not admitted, as my friend suggested, for the truth of their contents. Those are our submissions.
Is that you, Ms. Busman? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. I fully share the observations just made by Mr. Hooper. Just one thing I'd like to add. Especially, we heard Mr. Garcia say that she was the primary source, so we also expressed our surprise that she wasn't called here to testify before you if she has such a great knowledge of the Kalenjin culture. But in fact, we know very little about her. We only know that we heard his opinion, Dr. Mapo's opinion on her research as well as on Klopp's research, and seen more that he had a preference for her approach over Klopp's approach. It was more to do with European versus American style. And actually, if we look at his absence of real knowledge on Kalenjin culture, I'm not sure that his opinion on Ms. Lynch as a source is so relevant, because she is actually his source. She is his main source on Kalenjin culture. And the only thing, he cannot, we have not heard anything about her methodology, we haven't heard anything about her sources. I can only look at her sources, and some of them are newspapers, others are Human Rights Watch, and it's the ballots to bullets again, the one that is also part of the application. And there is International Crisis Group, there is other academics who then rely on other academics, and I won't dwell on the point because I think they're made by Mr. Hooper. Just one thing, we only know one thing, and that is that she doesn't fully understand the local language, and she had to rely on people around her to interpret what was being said. This is something we know from the prosecution in their contact with her. And so we don't know how much time she spent there. We do not know how fully, she's not been an expert before you. She has not been qualified as such. So at the moment, it is an opinion that was relied upon by someone who was qualified as an expert, and that's the extent to which we accept that phrases in hers or in Klopp's documents can be used, and it has been used in his testimony. There is no added value to also admit these academic papers. Thank you.
To our colleagues in the interpretation and court reporting booth, if you can bear with us for another 5 minutes so we can wrap this thing up. Mr. Garcia, 2 minutes to respond if you need to, or reply rather.
Simply, Your Honor, and even in this decision, Cardick, when you read the last portion of paragraph 10, I think the Chamber even notes that there might be situations. It says, the Chamber notes, however, that if at a later date a witness discusses the content of a document previously admitted as a source document in such a way that renders that document admissible for its content, its status can be changed to reflect its admission for all purposes. Obviously, it's at the end of the paragraph that Mr. Hooper cited. So it's not clearly closing the doors on any issue of possibly having a source document be admitted for the truth of its content. And I think that's important to note as well.
Thank you. The Chamber will not admit the documents. Chamber is sympathetic with the view expressed in the Carragher's case that expert reports generally should be complete and understandable in themselves, such that there is no need to tender for admission into evidence the sources used by the expert. But we're not making a ruling on that now. As I said, it's just a question of sympathy that we have for that view. It is enough to say that the proposition of the prosecution that the document should be admitted for the truth of their content is certainly not one that we will be agreeable to. That is the ruling of the Chamber. Thank you. Now, we will be rising now, and we'll start again. We'll start back here at 9:30 tomorrow.
All rise. We will be.
International Criminal Court, Channel 6, Cour pénale internationale, Canal 5. International Criminal Court, Channel 6, Cour pénale internationale, Canal 5. International Criminal Court, Channel 6, Cour pénale